I'm Darrell Owens, Director of Communications for Beacon College and today's Master of Ceremonies and moderator. Welcome to the Beacon College Symposium on Learning Disabilities. You'll hear from me more later on today, but right now I want to introduce Dr. Daniel Averbach, a licensed psychologist specializing in industrial and organizational psychology, and president and owner of Applied Assessments Incorporated, a firm which implements principles of applied psychology and organizational behavior to advance both corporate change and individual development. Dr. Averbach also serves as chairman of the board of trustees at Beacon College. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Daniel Averbach.
Well, good morning, everyone. Wow, we'll have a greater response later, I hope. On behalf of the Board of Trustees, the administration, the faculty, the staff of Beacon College, it's really my pleasure to welcome you today to this National Symposium on Learning Disabilities. We are honored to host this important assembly in conjunction with the celebration of the 30th anniversary of the founding of Beacon College, the first fully accredited institution of higher education to offer bachelor's degrees specifically to individuals who learn differently. Now, since its founding, Beacon has been at the forefront of designing and implementing innovative teaching and support strategies to enable students with learning disabilities to thrive both academically and socially. These successes, including our outstanding four-year graduation rate, have been well documented in the media and the college rankings. Over the years, we have realized that success for students who learn differently extends beyond innovative instructional methods. Success in our classrooms also depends upon scaffolded wraparound services such as family unit education, life transition management, personal and interpersonal skills coaching, career development and planning, physical and athletic training, and extending personal invitations to students to stretch beyond their imagined boundaries. But the abiding culture at Beacon is to never be self-satisfied with where we've come, but to embrace innovative approaches to further advance the success of students who learn differently. Today, we have the unique opportunity to learn from one another and from experts in the field as we collectively work to propel our students in the pursuit of abundant and meaningful lives. Thank you for being here today and for your commitment to this important mission.
And now, to introduce our keynote speaker, I'd like to introduce Chairman Emeritus Dick Williams.
It's a great pleasure today to welcome our speaker, a well-known and emissary for information on autism. This gentleman has made a big name for himself, and I think if you read in your brochure there, you'll find exactly the legacy that he's created and his understanding and development, as his dissemination of information on the autistic spectrum. We're gathered today to talk about learning disabilities, and that is basically, or learning differences, that is the intent of this symposium today. But the relationship between autism and learning disabilities or learning differences is not obvious to everyone. It is mostly, I'm sure, to many people here. The reality is that there is a direct connection of learning disabilities and autism. It is the autism genes, that including those for learning differences, have been embedded in the human genome for many, many years. So there is, it's been selected for, and the existence of autism is, in fact, a genetic production leading to a huge genetic and diversity that brings in neurodiversity that we have now only begun to understand. Steve Silverman's book has brought together our understanding in many ways of neurodiversity, and he's put it on the front table so that everyone has a chance now to understand the genetic differences that exist within the population. The reality is the old-fashioned school way of linear learning, sequential learning, is not the way it works for those with learning differences. You have to do it differently, and that's why Beacon has been such a success as it is. So in addition to those items that have been stated there in the brochure that you have in front of you, I'd like to note that Steve Silverman was a keynote speaker for the United Nations on the occasion of the Autism Awareness Day, an outstanding opportunity to spread the word around the world. In addition to that, he has spoken at many of the great universities, including MIT, Oxford, Harvard, Yale, on the topic, where he's actually referring to and speaking to the academic community in an instructional way in many ways to help change the concept of understanding neurodiversity. So with that, he has been remarkably successful in his TED Talk. I'd like to state that the TED Talk has had over 1 million views and has been translated into 25 different languages. So he's made quite a world impression, and it's with a great pleasure here that I would like to ask Steve to come up and tell us a story today about neurodiversity and autism.
Thank you very much for your presentation. It's really wonderful. I've heard about your book, and I'm going to read it starting tomorrow. But this is my question.
Yeah.
My question is, can you speak to the differences of between the gender and how autism presents itself in the males and females?
Big time. That is such an important question. I'm so glad that you asked that. You know, it's been almost taken as a matter of faith, really, that many more boys are autistic than girls. I think that is not true. I think that what it is that we don't know how to recognize autism in girls. And that's because autistic boys often come to the attention of parents and authorities and disciplinarians for being aggressive and being defiant. Whereas girls, because of sexism basically, are programmed to fade into the background and to script their conversations to create, you know, the smoothest possible social atmosphere around them. And as a result, we do not pick up autistic girls. And I'll give you a very vivid example of that. There's a guy at one of the biggest research centers in America for autism, the Yale Child Study Center, and his name is Kevin Palfrey. He does nothing all day but screen kids for autism. He missed autism in his own daughter until she was 12. So that is how much the model of autism, and unfortunately both Asperger and Connor contributed to that male-centric model. Asperger did not write about any autistic girls, although he did, to his credit, which is hardly ever mentioned, he did write about autistic traits in the mothers of autistic kids. And he actually, instead of saying, you know, that made their kids autistic, he said he and his colleagues actually said that it gave the parents and the kids a common ground to be able to communicate in very special and intuitive ways, which was very prescient. Connor did write about autistic girls, but he wrote much more often about autistic boys. And, you know, that's only starting to change now. And a lot of that has to do with the fact that a lot of the people who have come forward as autistic self-advocates online a lot of the best writers are women. So Julia Bascom, I want to give a special shout out to her. She is the head of a group called the Autistic Self-Advocacy Network. She created an anthology called Quiet Hands of autistic writing. A lot of the autistic writers these days are women, young women. And that is pushing to the fore the experience of autistic women. And I think that's really important. Another group, or multiple groups, that have been overlooked is autistic people of color. And that comes a lot out of Leo Connor's conception of autism as basically an upper middle class white thing. And there's an anthology called All the Weight of Our Dreams by Lydia Brown, which is the experiences of autistic people of color. I also wrote a book called, or not a book, an article in a science magazine called Undark. The title of the article is The Invisibility of Black Autism. It will tell you a little bit more about that history. But when people say to me, you know, it's become very trendy almost to say, well, isn't autism being overdiagnosed? Aren't these just, like trendy kids getting a diagnosis? Well, you know, all I can say is it's certainly not overdiagnosed among women and people of color. We have a lot of catching up to do. Thank you. Yeah.
Hi, I'm
Thanks.
Pascal Fuchshuber. We are parents of a child that goes to Beacon, and I would like to thank you very much for coming
Thank
to
you.
speak to us today. It's wonderful.
Thank you.
Neurodiversity. It sounds like it must be more than just autism. Can you
Oh, yeah.
can you go in a little bit into what you understand under neurodiversity and what else is in there, in your opinion?
Well, I don't think anybody argues that, it's a relatively new concept. In fact, so new that the British publishers of my book would not use it in the title. I said, no, use it. Everyone's going to be talking about it in a few years. No, I'm sorry, we've never heard of it. My book has the most cumbersome subtitle in England, The Legacy of Autism and How to Think Smarter About People Who Think Differently. Like, it's such a long title. But in any case, I would say that from my perspective, certainly what comes under neurodiversity would be, in addition to autism, would be ADHD, dyslexia, dysgraphia, dyscalculia, lots of conditions like that. Now, where you get controversial and tricky, and I still have not figured this out myself, is stuff like, well, is chronic depression part of neurodiversity, or is schizophrenia part of neurodiversity? I mean, schizophrenia is it's primarily a genetic condition. It's another condition where we've been studying it for years and still haven't figured out exactly what causes it. It's rough going. I have a young friend who became schizophrenic, and it's very, very difficult. Does it also convey gifts as well as challenges? I would say sometimes yes. My friend was one of the most creative people I'd ever known, but unfortunately, after he had a series of psychotic breaks, he had to choose between institutionalization and heavy meds, or living at home, which is what he does now. Those conversations are still unfolding. So certainly dyslexia, dysgraphia, autism, ADHD, controversially stuff like that is usually considered mental illness, like chronic depression and schizophrenia. Another provocative one is homosexuality. I was in the DSM when I was a kid. When I came out to my parents as gay, they were so concerned about my future that they sent me to a therapist for the cure. And after about 3 sessions, she was actually a nice lady. After about 3 sessions, I said, "Can I ask you a question? How much is this costing my parents?" And my parents were like poor school teachers. And she told me, and I said, "Oh my God, do you think I really need to be coming here?" She said, "You seem fine to me." And I said, "Can you tell my parents that?" So she did, And my father couldn't talk about it for years, actually. But he eventually came around, saw homophobia as kind of like racism or anti-Semitism, which I'd always been raised to, disavow. And eventually, they got to see me get married. So, but is homosexuality neurodiversity? I don't even know. I'm like a gay guy who wrote the book about neurodiversity. I don't even know. So these are all conversations that we're having now. Yeah. Any
My
other
name
questions?
is Dr. Linda Dew, and my father was a psychiatrist, so I would work in his office during the summers in college. So I saw a lot of people with autism or Asperger's, et cetera. And one of the things I found is when people have a passion, like you're talking about, the fellow writing the book about nature, they get together with other people who don't necessarily have on the spectrum, and then they develop friendships through shared passions.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a huge thing. One of the most important things that I did for my book research was I went to a gathering of autistic people that was run by autistic people called Autreat. And I had never seen autistic people outside of a medical setting before that. I did this very early on in my research. And in fact, I remember walking around the Buffalo, New York Greyhound station or whatever, looking for this bus that was going to Autreat. And I was like, what am I looking for? Like, oh, okay, these people are autistic. Whenever I'd seen autistic people before that, I'd seen people who were clearly like really stressed out in an unfamiliar environment, being viewed behind a one-way mirror, like very artificial environments. So I'm looking around the Boston bus station, and suddenly I see a group of people who seem to be really having a good time and like laughing and hugging each other and slapping each other fine. Those turned out to be the people going to Autreat. And Autreat was like a mental shower that washed away any number of stereotypes that I had. For example, one of the people who was there was a guy named Ari Ne'eman, who had been appointed by President Obama to the National Council on Disability. But there were a couple of Congress people who were holding back his nomination or his seating on the council. But he finally got seated on the council right the night before he got to Autreat. So when he came to Autreat the following day, he was like the homecoming hero kind of thing. And so he walked into the room, and a young woman at the back of the room said, "We love you, Ari, if we were capable of feeling such an emotion." So I learned very quickly that, the notion that autistic people don't have a sense of humor, boy, that's wrong. And the other thing was that I saw people bonding over special interests. And I don't mean to be too stereotypical, but there was a lot of Star Trek going on, and Lego, and also history and stuff like that. And so I could really see how special interests could, and you don't even have to have like the exact same special interest, but just being able to understand what it's like to get so much joy out of being fully consumed by what you're into. Autistic people get that about each other, and it's a beautiful thing to see. Anybody else?
Yes.
Yes.
I am a special education attorney. I have read your book, and I recognize my own family in it.
Oh.
My son was diagnosed with, we called it Asperger's at the time,
Yeah.
when he was in 8th grade, and for many years with other different diagnoses. Are you working on another book in this area?
Not in this area. I'm
Okay.
working on a book about cystic fibrosis, actually.
Oh, okay.
Because a friend of mine, I did not know anything about cystic fibrosis, but I have a very good friend who I knew for years, and I was almost in awe of what appeared to be his radiant good health. He's like a handsome jock, and he just seemed to have it all going on and stuff. And I found out, well, actually, his life expectancy is about now, and he's in his early 30s. And I discovered that cystic fibrosis used to be an inevitably fatal childhood diagnosis. They would send you home with your baby and say, enjoy her for a couple of months because that's how long you'll have her. But now people with cystic fibrosis can live into middle age, have their own families if they're not infertile, and they want a future. And there have been all kinds of startling advances that nobody's heard of, really, because cystic fibrosis is considered relatively rare. And so I'm doing, in a way, it's a similar kind of set of problems, but there are also differences. For instance, people with, like, autistic community was so important to neurotribes. People with cystic fibrosis are not supposed to be in the same room with each other because they can cross-infect. And so I was very startled when I went to the National Conference on Cystic Fibrosis a couple years ago, and there was a big sign, if you have cystic fibrosis, do not enter this building. I was like, wow, this is like the big national conference on it. Wouldn't you want the people who are most affected? But they had to watch it streaming. So there are a lot of complex social issues around CF that's what I'm getting into. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, Dara McAnulty. Yeah, what's his name? Naturalist Dara on Twitter. And check him out. I mean, his book is going to be amazing. There's a fantastic, almost a dream of a literary festival that happens every year in a little town in Wales that has like 100 bookstores in one little town or whatever, called Hay on Wye. And I'm going to be having an on-stage conversation with Dara next April. If you want to go to Wales, it's a pretty country. And he's a doll. I met him last week actually in Ireland, and he's very shy. Like becoming a famous author is not on his agenda. What he wants to do is walk in the woods and write and be at peace with himself. And he's not, I mean, Greta Thunberg put herself in the public eye very much and has reaped a harvest of hate and horrible stuff. I hope that stuff doesn't happen to Dara, because Dara is a very, very sensitive person. But as a writer, he's one of the most talented young writers. And notice I'm not saying young autistic writers. He's one of the most talented young writers I've ever come across. He's like a genius. And so I'm very excited to have that conversation with him in Wales. And his book is called Diary of a Naturalist. Yeah. And I don't know, I hope it gets an American publisher. It's coming out from a small publisher in England called Little and Toller, I believe. But I hope it gets an American publisher too. McAnulty, McAnulty. And he's Naturalist Dara on Twitter. Yep. And he's going to be embarrassed that I'm talking about it so much. Anyway. Well, thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
It's okay. Don't worry.
And I hope you have a great day.
Steve, we have one more question.
Oh, sure.
Sorry, I didn't speak
No
up.
problem. No problem.
I'm a school counselor, and I'm the mother of a child who has Connor autism.
Yeah.
He flaps and speaks and
Yeah.
runs and is happy.
Yeah.
And he's 18 now, so I've seen the differences in what the movies and the TV shows have portrayed. People on the spectrum
Right.
are not him.
Right.
And so how does that, I have an opinion, I want to hear your opinion about how it affects people on the spectrum that aren't represented in these movies as being eccentric and a savant. Someone says, oh, what is his special skill? Like, I don't know, he can't tell me, I'm still trying to figure it out.
For sure.
So
Yeah.
how does...
That's a big problem of representation, because obviously Hollywood likes disability stories that are feel-good stories. So we can say, oh, we're being nice to these poor disabled people by liking them, And it's a lot easier to like a quirky savant, than somebody who hurts themselves or does not have an extraordinary talent or is not going to be the next guy at Google or whatever. And we need to be building support for those people as well, not just the next guy at Google. And one of the main misconceptions about neurodiversity, which is spread by liars, frankly, is that neurodiversity is only about people who are quirky and they barely should get a diagnosis. Well, for one thing, even the people I know who just seem to be like very high functioning, a phrase I don't like using, they struggle. Like there's a guy named John Elder Robeson who wrote a bestseller called Look Me in the Eye several years ago. He would be what most people would claim to be high functioning. He built the fire spitting guitars for the band Kiss, actually. Like his special interest was like doing guitar work and stuff. But I have seen him kind of behind the scenes, like really struggle with sensory overload and actually one time I saw him have what would really be called a meltdown. Temple Grandin, is an example of someone, oh, well, she's, some kind of genius and she doesn't really have problems. When she was young, she was getting kicked out of schools and churches. It took her mom and her years to figure out that she would have meltdowns in church because she was being made to wear a very itchy dress. There is, it used to be that the only representation of autism in media was like Rain Man. And if you notice, at the end of Rain Man, Dustin Hoffman has to go back into the institution because he could not survive the outside world. And one of the interesting things that I talk about in Neurotribes is that the real-life models that Rain Man was based on, none of those kids were in institutions. All of their parents had defied the best advice of their children and pediatrician to keep them at home and try to figure out ways of giving them support. But that was autism. That was the face of autism until this sort of geeky thing, And people say to me, well, isn't Bill Gates autistic? If Bill Gates is autistic, nobody needs help. Like that's like, oh yeah, so he can become a billionaire, There's too much, I would say, emphasis in the media on quirky, endearing characters, too little representation of autistic people who are really suffering, and not enough understanding of what the spectrum means, and also what the neurodiversity movement means. And the neurodiversity movement was very much a conscious outgrowth of the disability rights movement. Judy Singer coined that word after being mentored by a guy who had survived polio and lived in a wheelchair. And he taught her about what's known as the social model of disability, which says that instead of locating disability purely in the person, like you're broken, you need to be fixed, it locates disability in a mismatch between the needs of the person and society and what society provides for them. And the disability rights movement has never been about leaving the people in wheelchairs behind. In fact, Steve, who drove me here, told me this story about how the ADA got passed, and it was people in wheelchairs climbing up the steps of the Capitol. And so profoundly disabled people have always been foregrounded by the disability rights movement and are also foregrounded by the neurodiversity movement. The problem is that message has not spread to popular culture. And I'm sure it must be very upsetting to see just this kind of sunny representation of autism all the time when your son is struggling. Thank you. Take care.
Today's facilitators are Dr. Joseph Matus and Dr. Lyman Dukes III. Joseph W. Matus, PhD, is the Associate Dean for Academic Affairs, the Director of the Center on Post-Secondary Education and Disability, and a professor in the Department of Educational Psychology in the Nang School of Education at the University of Connecticut. He is co-editor of Preparing Students with Disabilities for College Success, a practical guide to transition planning. Dr. Lyman Dukes is an associate professor of special education at the University of South Florida in St. Petersburg. He is also principal investigator of Project 10, Transition Education Network, which is a transition-focused training and technical assistance center funded by the Florida Department of Education. He is co-editor of Preparing Students with Disabilities for College Success, a practical guide to transition planning. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Drs. Matus and Dukes.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Joe Meadows, and before we get going, I want to congratulate Beacon College, their administrators, their faculty and staff, students and parents on 30 years of doing this fantastic work. It's really remarkable and so important for so many students. So congratulations. Yeah, round of applause for that. So Daryl did most of my introduction, so let me tell you some of the things about me that aren't on here. I've been in the field of disability services for college students with disabilities for actually now about 28 years. And what got me into it, I was a special education teacher and started to realize that there were a number of my family members and good friends who were very, very bright, very, very creative, but were struggling in the traditional academic world. And one didn't make it through college, went to several different colleges, bounced around. Two others made it through with some support, maybe delayed graduation. But that really inspired me to this is in 1991, to start to say, well, something's going on here, and this is a group of students whose needs aren't being met at all. So that kind of led me into my journey working in higher ed and disability. The other two things about me, I'm also a parent. I have a recent university graduate who's now in the Navy. I have a sophomore in college and a junior in high school. So I'm really immersed in this entire process right now from a different perspective. And my fun fact I tell people is that at one point in my life, I was a temporary bodyguard for Lionel Richie. So.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you for having us this morning. We're very excited to be here. As Mr. Owens mentioned, my name is Lyman Dukes. He did mention that I am PI of Project 10, and I just want to clarify that at one time that was the case. I'm currently not PI for any folks who may have affiliation with Project 10. I think that I will sort of follow in Joe's footsteps in terms of introducing myself and tell you a little bit about me. I was a special education teacher for a number of years. Again, professor of special ed at the University of South Florida, St. Petersburg. Also a parent of 3 children. 2 of those are stepchildren. The 14-year-old, who is now in high school, has what we call a dual diagnosis, or what we also call twice exceptional. It really has been eye-opening from the perspective of a person who's been trained as a special educator to come at this from the role of parent now. I see the experience in a radically different way, excuse me, than I did simply as a professional. It really has allowed me to appreciate in a very deep way what families experience when trying to help your child be successful in life. So you may be wondering, first of all, what self-determination is, and we'll talk about that in just a moment. But more importantly, how can we support students' growth in this skill set that we refer to as self-determination? For those of you that are professionals here, or even families, with all the other responsibilities that we have, what is it that we can do on a day-to-day basis to incorporate the development on strategies on the part of our children or students? And in addition to that, what are practices in which we can engage, whether it be in the home, whether it be in an academic environment to help students develop these skills? And lastly, and something we'll talk a lot about in just a few minutes, is are there tools that we can use that might help us help students develop these skills that we refer to as self-determination skills?
And so to build on that, on your table you have some handouts with definitions of the components of self-determination. We'll talk more about that in a little bit. But then there's also a gridded worksheet. As Daryl said, this is a workshop, so in a little while we are going to put you all to work and have you complete that form.
So prior to digging into the weeds of this topic, we want to share a few bits of humor. Is self-determination actually important? And clearly, both Joe and myself believe that it is. The reality is that for almost all of us, when we leave the high school setting, we are entering adult life. And in adult life, there are no lifeguards. Self-determination skills, we like to think of as sort of serving in the role of lifeguard for us as we enter adult life.
And in addition, students are getting a lot of advice from a range of different people, and it can make them feel like they're going in many different directions and they're not sure which is the right direction specifically for them. And so it can look like some of these signs up here, or in reality, it could look like something like this. Has anybody ever driven in Boston? Okay. So this is actually probably one of the more clearly marked signs in Boston. And interestingly enough, you know, and I'm from that area, so I'm making fun of it, but driving up here today, did see a sign for 2 roads going in the same direction. One was north and one was south, right?
That's actually quite close by. We were just a few minutes away from here when we saw that. So now we're at the point where we want to talk a little bit about what it is that we're going to address for the remainder of our time here. Prior to that, I would like to get a sense for who we have in the audience. So I know that we have some families, and I know that we have some people that work in the field of college administration. Maybe we have some faculty. We may have some other community members here. So family members, parents, can we get a sense for who you are? We've got quite a few. That's very exciting to see. People that work in college environments. Got a number of those. People from the community. We've got just a few of those. Great. So thank you to you all for joining us this morning. What we're going to do is we're going to talk a bit about, first of all, what self-determination is and what its value is. In addition to that, as Joe indicated, we've taken advantage of the fact that this is called a workshop, and we're going to put you to work working with, trying out something that we've recently developed with a number of our colleagues that we refer to as the app tool. Again, that's on the table there for you to take a look at. App refers to activities, programs, and policies. So we're going to look at self-determination through that lens in just a moment. Just a bit of background before we dig into actually working with the tool itself, to give you a sense for who it is, at least in this case, who it is that we're serving on our campuses, and whether or not they actually choose to raise their hand as an individual with a disability on campus. So data tells us, and this is rather recent data, that nearly 2 in 10 students at traditional colleges and universities raise their hands and disclose to the Disability Services Office or Accessibility Service Office. They have a number of different titles depending upon the institution. Much more interestingly to us is that 7 in 10 have a diagnosis, leave the secondary school setting, and choose not to disclose the disability upon entry into post-secondary education. This means we have a large set of students at most institutions who need services or might benefit from services. I don't want to say that they would need. Many of them might need them. Many would benefit from them, but they choose not to disclose. Therefore, they're not eligible to receive them. We also know, based upon data, that these students are pursuing a wide range of degrees. They have interest in a diverse array of majors. And unfortunately, as you see at the bottom of this slide here, the vast majority don't persist to graduation. This is why registering with that office is so critically important to student success. What we know is students that do choose to register actually persist and graduate more often. Why is it so important to develop self-determination skills? There are stark differences between a high school environment and the typical college environment. First of all, beginning with legislation. The ADA and Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act apply in the college environment or the post-secondary environment. IDEA applies in K-12. So there's a change in the legislation that protects students. Secondly, students themselves are responsible for seeking out an evaluation if they believe that they need one once leaving the K-12 setting. If a student is believed to have a disability in the K-12 environment, it is the school's responsibility to assist that student to make that determination. Again, we see what's offered to a student with disability, special education in K-12 that does not exist in post-secondary environments. Students will receive reasonable accommodations on a course-by-course basis if they're deemed eligible for them. excuse me, I'm still overcoming the flu, actually. Early flu this year, unfortunately. Who serves as the primary advocate? The student, once they leave K-12. And progress monitoring, again, is incumbent upon the student. If the student is not doing well in a post-secondary environment, typically, many institutions don't have people that will reach out. Self-determination, what is it? We're going to talk a little bit about the literature. There are actually two parallel lines of research that have developed surrounding self-determination in the higher education literature. One is called self-determination theory. One is simply referred to as self-determination. We're going to talk primarily, and we're really looking at this through the lens of self-determination. However, if you look at the literature itself, what you find is that the conclusions to which they come are basically the same, and that is that students who have self-determination skills, who possess these skills that we're talking about, do better both in college and subsequently in adult life settings. The difference between these two is that self-determination theory has primarily been examined at the post-secondary level, whereas self-determination bubbled up through the K-12 literature initially, and then was subsequently applied in post-secondary settings. Definition, we finally get to exactly what this is. It's pretty straightforward. We're talking about a set of skills, knowledge, and beliefs that enable a person to engage in goal-directed, self-regulated, and autonomous behavior. So these are your skills, right? Engaging in goal-directed behavior, you're able to manage yourself. You can do so relatively autonomously. You have an understanding of your strengths and limitations. So again, that's sort of your knowledge. What am I good at? What do I need to become better at? And then beliefs. So here we get into the notion of internal locus of control, and that is this idea that oneself, is capable of being successful in a post-secondary environment in this case. Self-determination is rather complex in terms of the elements that make it up. It's made up of a number of different component skills, and those are spelled out here. We're talking about the ability to make choices, the ability to decision make. So to me, this sort of means the idea of can you create sort of a menu of choice options? Goal setting, again, relative independence, recognizing the need to be interdependent on occasion, engaging in safe risk-taking, well-thought-out risk-taking, and then we move a little further down and we see self-advocacy. So again, this idea to be able to raise one's hand, if you will, when entering a post-secondary environment and letting that accessibility services office know that you're on campus and you may need support from them from time to time. So Dr. Medaus and myself began this, this path quite a few years ago, about 8 or 9 years ago, in which we wanted to examine all of the literature that had ever been published related to students with disabilities in higher education. So as we began to take a look at this, this literature goes back as far as the early 1950s. It was the year 2012 when we initially began this examination of the literature, and we did so by gathering it all up and then attempting to make sense of it. So we're talking about self-determination this morning. That is simply one small subdomain, if you will, of this larger literature map that we developed. So when looking specifically at the literature on self-determination, we went back to that original data gathering process that we did, and we pulled or culled from that all of the literature from the early 50s to 2012 that referenced self-determination. When we decided to look at self-determination, it was around 2015, so we again went back and specifically looked for more recent literature, specifically on self-determination. And then third, we did a hand search of relevant journals to make sure that we hadn't missed anything. Because that original literature map was so large, we developed a taxonomy to organize all of that literature, and that's what you're looking at here. So it's called the PAS taxonomy. That stands for Post-Secondary Access and Student Success. We organized all of that literature under these 4 domains. The self-determination literature falls under the student-focused support domain. That's where most of the self-determination literature falls. Well, a couple of other things about the taxonomy. It really is intended, number one, as I said, to organize the literature, but also allow us to more easily discuss and research topics related to post-secondary education for students that have a diagnosis. It's a bit challenging to see, but what this is it's a reference to, or at least alludes to, those component skills that we looked at a moment ago, and sort of tells us what the topical areas that are actually within the self-determination literature. The upshot here is that most are on self-determination generally or on self-advocacy. This bar graph here indicates that we had about 100 publications on self-determination. Most of them are what we call database. That means they presented original data. And as you can see here, we have a significant increase around the beginning, or the turn of the century, the beginning of the 21st century, in which we see quite a few publications that are data-based in nature. Again, this is simply a reference to the types of methodologies used in those data-based studies. The most important takeaway here is very few are experimental, so we're not really looking in a very deep or meaningful way yet at what may actually work for students in any experimental way. And then the sample sizes here simply reference the fact that most of these experiments, or most of the publications that present original data, including the experiments, have very modest sample sizes.
So in terms of what we found, the general summary is that students with disabilities tend to have issues with self-regulation skills and also with self-efficacy skills. And what's interesting about the self-efficacy skills literature is that in some cases, students with disabilities are actually overestimating their perceived ability to perform particularly some academic tasks. There are studies that look at students right as they're transitioning in, and certainly a lot of the students I worked with would talk about, I've got this, I'll do great in this course, but they really didn't have the strategies to do so. So that's kind of an interesting finding that comes up. The literature also points, particularly the qualitative work that interviewed students with disabilities, points very clearly for the need for students to have a strong self-voice, to be able to talk about their strengths and their weaknesses, their needs, et cetera. And to be able to communicate that to others, and importantly, be able to communicate that to their peers. That was another thing that came up, communicating with their peers if they live in a residential hall. And how do you talk to your roommate about the fact that you have a learning disability? What does that mean? Why do you get extra time on a test where someone else doesn't? So those were some issues that definitely surfaced. And likewise, the other issue that came up in was communicating with faculty, and a lot of students not wanting to communicate with faculty because they were afraid that they would be perceived as a fraud, that they were somehow gaming the system and getting an unfair advantage. So the students in those focus groups really talked about the need to have those skills to be able to address those very, very important issues related to stigma. The literature also very clearly points to the fact, though, that these skills can be taught, and also to the fact that this should happen as early as possible, certainly in high school, earlier if possible. Unfortunately, sometimes in secondary transition, we don't really start to address these issues until, it's not legally mandated until the students are 16, and certainly that's way too late. So as early as possible, students should be thinking about these skills and having opportunities to develop these. So students, again, I talked about this being able to accept the disabilities, know their strengths, weaknesses, and preferences, articulate that to others, be able to deal with stigma, et cetera. And it's also, the literature also points out the fact that it's very important for students to be academically and socially involved when they go to college. Some large-scale studies have pointed to the fact that students who are involved are more likely to be retained into the sophomore year and then to move on to graduation because they feel a sense of connection with the institution. And that can take the form of working with professors one-on-one or going to seek out academic supports, joining clubs, et cetera. So it's the students who were not engaged, the students who didn't, oftentimes the commuters, unfortunately, too, who didn't have that sense of affiliation with the institution, tend to not do as well. And so, again, the bottom line is it's important for students to be able to seek out services and seek out affinity groups, peer groups, et cetera, to really help develop that success. So what we're hoping to show you is this app tool, or what we're going to show you is this app tool, and now it's time for you to go to work. And you have a copy of it. I think the first page on yours is a model one that was completed. So I'd like you to not cheat and flip that over to the next page, to the blank one. And if you look at that left-hand column, what we'd like you to do is to list out in your experience 5 to 7 common challenges that are faced by college freshmen. Now, if you don't have experience in that area, list out 5 to 7 common challenges faced by young adults who are leaving college and going into employment. List out 5 to 7 common challenges or concerns that you have about a student who's in high school getting ready to go to college. So you can adapt this tool to your own particular perspective. So what we'd like you to do, we're going to give you a couple minutes, list those out, and then we're going to do this is the think part. Then we're going to have you pair up with some people at your table and share and see what you have in common, what was unique, and you can discuss that for a couple minutes. So take a few minutes and take a look at that first column.
If you have any questions, please don't hesitate just to raise a hand, and we'll come by and answer any questions you may have.
Well, would it be okay with you if we put that in the parking lot for a second and we'll focus on this, and then we're going to open everything up to questions at the end? Yeah. Thank you. Those are good questions. So remember, after you complete your list, please start to talk to the people around you and share your, see what you have in common, what was unique.
And again, as Joe mentioned, from the parent perspective, you obviously have had your own experience with your child, either looking at colleges or looking at employment, thinking about that if you have a teenage son or daughter. So from that perspective, this is great too.
So if you could take another minute on this discussion, and then we'll move to the next column. Okay, so now we'd like to draw your attention to the second column. And in the second column, I'd like you to think about different activities, policies, or procedures. For those of you who are in the college environment, what are those different activities, policies, procedures? This would also be true for people at the high school level that are very, missing something here. There we go. 5 or 10 of the most favorite or popular or effective activities. What do the students really like to do? And these don't have to be specific to students with disabilities. These could be broader. If you're family members, you could think about what are activities that you're doing at home or activities that you're doing to help prepare your son or daughter to go to college. So think about it again through the perspective that you bring. As we note here on the slide, it's useful to list the activity next to one of the challenges, but it's not necessary. Okay, so you can line it up that way if you want, but it's not necessary. So again, take a few minutes, think about those activities, policies, procedures, events, and then we'll have you talk again to each other and share some ideas.
So just as a quick example from the perspective of a parent, right? One of the issues that my stepson has is he completes homework and it never makes it to school, right? So we talk about this at length at home. So there are practices in which we engage at home that are designed to, first of all, help him get the homework there, but secondly, designed to put him in the position of having to manage that process himself. So that would be an example of what kind of strategy or practice do we use at home that help to support this idea of the development of self-determination skills.
Thank you. Okay, so then the next step would be to consider those apps and looking at the key at the bottom that has the self-determination skills. Can you code the apps, the activities, policies, procedures, events, etc., with the different components of self-determination? And you have the components and the definitions. So see if you can just see how it lines up with those components and put the number in the upper corner there. If there's a component that you don't use, you could circle that, and then we'll reflect on ways that that might be used in the future.
Does that make sense to everyone? No? Okay. So the idea here is that what you're doing is whatever activity or practice if you're a professional and you've listed a policy here, what you're doing is reflecting upon that particular program or policy or activity or practice and thinking about whether or not the way in which that happens, the way in which you engage in that practice, does it provide the opportunity for students to engage in these particular skill sets? So are students being provided in a first-year camp, in this case, as we're looking at that example, does it provide the opportunity for students to problem solve or to goal set or to engage in some sort of self-awareness process? So in the case of a first-year camp at my institution, I can very, very clearly think through that particular program and recognize that one of the elements of it is to have students goal set for the upcoming semester. How do I goal set? Once I know how to goal set, what are in fact my goals? So that would be an activity that would happen within that particular program in which we're prompting students to engage in self-determined behavior. That's what we're talking about here. And again, we do the same thing at home. I'll talk about that in just a moment.
So I know I'm rushing you a little bit, but we're getting short on time, so we'll come back to the discussion. But I just want you to think about, were there any self-determination components that aren't being used? Are there any activities, programs, or policies that don't line up with any elements of self-determination? And I'll show you this. We've been piloting this tool throughout the country over the past year. We've done it with student affairs professionals in higher education. We've done it with disability service providers. And this is some of the feedback that they've shared, is that it's helped for them to surface some very popular activities with and say, well, wait a minute, we've just always done this. We need to really examine, why are we doing this, and how does it relate to getting students the skills that we want them to have. So this idea of looking at outcomes, helping to surface these outcomes that might not be being hit, evaluating what outcomes are being missed. Another thing is, it's a nice way to currently look at what we're currently doing and improve them to increase these skill sets of self-determination. We also heard a lot that this was very useful as a program evaluation tool, and the participants didn't see this specifically for students with disabilities. They saw this as important for all college students. That idea of teaching these self-determination skills and using this tool as a way to evaluate activities and make sure that there are elements of self-determination infused into those activities, so they're more beneficial for students. So a number of participants talked about this in terms of assessment. So I'm not going to bore you with the specifics of the quote, because we want to move on to questions for you. Would anybody like to share any of the activities or events that could be used to foster student self-determination?
And if you would, just raise your hand and I'll quickly come over.
I have a very fundamental question that puzzles me. I think all of these listings, the numbers that down here, are excellent qualities and fit very well for implementing in a college setting. But if you're talking about the Beacon student body who arrives on campus and has experienced 6 to 8 years of social abuse and has been kicked around, dragged through the mud, and teased as well as being bullied, the confidence level, personal, private confidence level, is about zero. The last thing that they're interested in is self-determination. Their immediate goals have to be some way of acquiring personal security and overcoming their insecurity, and only after that is done can you even approach the concept of taking a risk by asking a question, taking a risk by going to the teacher for some question, or I don't know how this works, but I'm too afraid to make, I'll just listen and learn as it goes. At the end, at Beacon, they've made friends for the very first time. And only at the end of such a close personal experience in a good college where it is a community, and gosh, there's a lot of people around here who were scared like me when I started and all of that, they begin to have the private confidence of approaching the problems you're looking at here. But for many students, it takes more than 2 years to overcome the private confidence element and then be able to understand what you mean by self-advocacy in its greater terms.
I completely agree with you. And when I think of students with disabilities, I also think about a continuum, like was discussed earlier, that some students need to have those very basic skills met first, or needs met first, before they can start to develop some of these skills. Other students come in with maybe a little bit more confidence or a little bit more ability. And so the idea in any case is what we're trying to promote is ways that these elements can be infused into programs, not just individualized while you're working with one student one-on-one, but are there ways that you have these activities that are going on that could build in elements of the concepts of the components of self-determination, kind of a universal design approach to it, if you will.
Thank you for that comment. I completely agree. Two quick remarks with regard to that. One, as a sixth grade teacher of a set of students who had not passed sixth grade the year before, I was coming in to the school for the first time, and was told that these students would be with me all day long. And the kind of trauma that I sensed immediately from them communicated to me precisely what you're describing. And it became self-evident to me that what they needed first was an environment of trust. And that's what we worked on. And we slowly moved into some of the academic needs that they had following that. So I couldn't agree more with your position regarding sort of where this should be thought about in terms of many of the needs that students have. Secondly, the thing that comes to mind is the University of Connecticut, where we were both trained. One of our first, one of our first jobs was working as learning specialists in a very structured program for students with learning disabilities called UpLD, in which students were expected to be present at least once per week, if not more, with the idea of developing independence, from semester to semester and year to year, with the goal of hopefully finding them in the place of, first of all, graduation, and then secondly, hoping that they've also developed some of the component skills that we're talking about here.
Yeah, really, it was kind of one of the early versions of the triangle that you see in special education now, where the students were getting a great amount of support early on, 1 or 2 times a week in that case, and then moving to maybe 1 or 2 times a month, and then maybe moving towards once or twice a semester, but only as they were ready to do it. And it took a lot of individual reflection on the part of the student. I know we're getting short on time, so I will just leave you these questions to reflect on. And then we'll just open this up for any questions that you have for us.
Oh, hi. Yeah, I'm a parent of a freshman who just started. He has
Congratulations.
diagnosis of he's within the autistic spectrum, and also ADHD has a big issue with focus. So besides the issue of trust, which I agree with you 100%, there's also, for those who have ADHD, an issue, a huge challenge with focus. They come from high school where there's a very structured environment, perhaps a special education program. Even if they're integrated, they give them a lot of attention. Then they come home, and we pay a lot of attention to them. So now they arrive in college, and many, at least with my son, they're at a total loss where to go, and that has to do with problem solving and many other of the elements that you identified. One tool that I found very effective, and that the other professor mentioned, is the learning specialist. To have a sort of mentor that can help problem solve, but also plan and organize their schedule and their daily activities. I guess my question regarding the learning specialists, the level of engagement, because it may be that when they're starting, just once a week is not enough. It depends on the student. It may be that they need to have their cell phone so that at any time they can pick up the phone and call that learning specialist. What should be the workload of, or how many kids, students, should that learning specialist manage to have enough time to pay that personalized attention?
So really good question, and one of the issues that we face in regard to this question is related to what the Americans with Disabilities Act and Section 504 require and don't require of colleges. And one of the things is working with a learning specialist one-on-one. The ADA and 504 only require that colleges provide reasonable accommodations and auxiliary aids. Now, colleges can go beyond that and provide the learning specialist, but if they do so, they can also charge an additional fee for those services. So in terms of workload, that will depend completely on the model that the institution has in place and the resources that are available. We carried loads of probably 8 to 10 students at that direct instruction level. We were working 20 hours a week. So, it's a well-resourced office. Maybe they're handling 15, 20, but in reality, they're probably handling way more than that. And the question is, what can they do in that regard to get the services that the student really needs? So, you raise a really very, very important point, and that points to that chasm between IDEA and ADA and 504 that Lyman talked about earlier. Do you want to jump in? Okay.
Thank you. I want to tag on what both of these gentlemen said. I do think that the individual student has different needs, and if a student, for example, is coming as a transfer student, then you can kind of make the assumption that something went wrong at the other university, even if they self-identified as a student with disabilities, as my son did. And so that, had he come straight from his high school where it was like Beacon, all for students with learning disabilities, he would have come here with more self-confidence. But the 2 years at the other university kind of took all that out of him. And so I do have a question as to whether once a week is enough, both for building back up his self-confidence, but also he does have ADD, so he has the time management issues and all that. And so between weeks, it's really, not enough. And he's the kind of kid who would say, oh, everything's fine. Right. And so, and he's not a very good self-advocate. And so, I think there are kids who do fall between the cracks. And I think having them join activities is a fantastic idea. But when we filled out the column next to it as to how you do that and how you do it with self-determination, I didn't really have a good answer for that. I don't know what your advice would be, for example, on that one.
So, again, the question, these are somewhat difficult to answer, not knowing the particular student and not knowing the particular, because there's such a range of demands in different types of post-secondary institutions. It's hard to come up with a singular answer for the types of challenges. Every student's different. Every student has those strengths and weaknesses, and every environment has different demands. So finding that balance, and it sounds like your son has found it here now, and that's wonderful. But in terms of the learning specialist, again, it comes down to resources, and unfortunately, many colleges just don't have that available.
So one of the slides, excuse me again, that we skipped past and we didn't get to cover related to parents. And again, I've had this very different experience now over the last decade that I didn't have previously as it relates to this very important work that so many of us do. What you see near the bottom here is this idea of visiting colleges and examining and evaluating these. For parents who are in this place, it is critical to engage in this process of finding out what the particular institution offers. And there are vast differences. For many students, Beacon is an ideal environment in which to be educated. Some other students might decide that an institution of this nature is too small. They want a larger school experience. I know that for my daughter, she's looking at something like that. So again, it comes down to figuring out and making some decisions about what may be that ideal match. It's going to take time. It's going to take effort, and it may take some visits. It may take time on the phone. But obviously, it's critically important to do. How much time do we have remaining?
And when you look at the websites, be very critical of those. Ask questions afterwards, because as someone who used to fill out the survey that would go into the websites or the resource guides, there's great variability. So definitely follow up on that.
We have one back here. Of course, of course.
So on the issue of getting your student involved in groups and activities, as I said, we were drawing a blank as to which of the numbered items below would sort of relate to that. Is there a right answer? Because it's one thing to say, oh, it's a really great idea to become involved in one of the groups as opposed to just hanging with friends. And I know when my daughter went to college, it made a difference, but I don't know which of these, besides saying to our son it's a good idea, how you do that. So that's why that was really part of what my question is.
Well, yeah, as a parent of 3, I don't really know the answer to that either, because I can suggest, you should get in. What are you kidding me, Dad? But what we're hoping to do with this tool is that college administrators and disability service providers and people in student affairs can think about those types of issues and what types of things can they do to draw more students in and to get them engaged in the activities, so that they're not excluding a group of students, that they're being more inclusive. So that's really one of our goals, is to have this be an institutional reflection. We're thinking, and we've heard the feedback from the focus groups, that it could be done at the program level, it could be at the student affairs broader level, and people are talking about doing it at the institutional level as well.
So what I would add to that, again, I would go back to what we're looking at here and allude to what I said a moment ago. With your son or daughter, ask them in advance, what are your interests? What do you think you might want to do in terms of some sort of extracurricular activity when you get there? Does it exist at the institution we're looking at? Is there an opportunity, if you're at the school, to speak to another student who might be a part of that organization? Again, it's work in advance that ideally translates to a reasonably good match for the student and the institution that he or she chooses to go to. Mr. Heller?
Validated what I have done for the last 2 months, and that is to speak with both parents and students about the next step after high school and self-advocacy. I wanted to return to the one question that I had, and I was referencing a book by Elizabeth Hamlet, where she has mentioned that it would be a good idea for high schools to have college fairs that would be dedicated to students with learning differences. However, I could see where that might be a gray area because of students not wanting to mention, their disability and so forth. But have you had any occasion to see these things happening?
Yeah, I have. For example, in New York, the area educational collaborators, BOSIS, they would have these things once or twice a year where they would invite people from disability services offices to go down and present to students on a regional basis. I've done a number of presentations representing both Mitchell College, where I was before UConn, and then UConn, where I'd go to high schools and talk to parents and students. It's a wonderful idea. The issue comes down to resources as well, because when you're in a disability services office, we were talking before about how many learning specialists there should be, but a lot of times there's it's a shop of one or maybe two people, and they've got all these students that they're working with, and now they're going to have to go out to different high schools. As wonderful as an idea it is, it becomes just difficult to do. So, but I think it's a great idea if it could be carried out.
Good morning. I have a question about the activities and policies and programs.
Yeah.
For this. I'm a parent of actually two students. Parent of two students at Beacon, and I also happen to be an education program and policy analyst. So I'm interested in that policy program part of things. And so I had no problem filling out the common challenges, no problem at all. But I didn't know what to put for the activities, programs, and policy, except that I put what Beacon does. So my question is, how do, and maybe people who work in higher education know this, but I suspect the answer is they don't. The question is, where is that information about what promising and effective policies and programs and activities are? Where does it reside? How do we share those best practices? And how do we learn from places such as Beacon?
Well, we try to, for example, my center at UConn, we run an annual institute where we bring in disability service providers from around the country and Canada to share best practices, best ideas. Wanda, who you'll hear from later, has spoken at our event. So we really try to get people together to share those ideas, to take them back to their institutions. One of the things we found looking at the literature is that there are examples of what are called best practices, but right now we don't know how much empirical support there is for that. It might work at one institution, but we don't know yet how it works at another institution when you factor in the variables of size and the competitiveness of the courses, et cetera, and the needs of the student. So you raise a really important question, and one that we're continuing to try to push that stone, but it's a big stone and it's going uphill. And but we're continuing to try that, and like Wanda's doing that kind of work as well, and trying to publish that, get that information out to as many people as possible.
In trying to understand self-determination, it seems to me that one of the critical or early stage issues is self-awareness. And how do you attack self-awareness? How much encouragement do you give to giving great detail to the students and so forth? And how do you feel about that?
Again, I think that so that comes down again to knowing the student a little bit and adjusting the approach. Some students, a lot of the college students that I worked with, for example, had never had their disability documentation explained to them. And when I could sit down with them and talk about that and show them importantly what their strengths were, when I would say to them just, well, can you describe your learning disability? They would typically go into the deficit part of it and what I can't do, because that's what they've been hearing and that's what they've been experiencing. So when we could map out and show them, okay, these are your strengths, these are the things you're good at, that was really enlightening for many of the students. And the fact that it took till college before somebody sat down and explained that information to them was really interesting to me and mind-blowing. But there are some students at the high school level who are ready for that, others who just are not. So you have to know the student and know what they're ready for at a given time. The point earlier in terms of making sure you're meeting that student's basic needs first, and then start to build that trust and explain the different components.
This is why making a match between the student and the post-secondary institution is so important. I am confident that a lot of what you describe is addressed here at Beacon. I don't know Beacon's program in great detail, but I am confident that that's something that's addressed. There may be other students that don't need it as critically, as Joe mentioned, again referencing my experience as a 6th grade special educator. One of the first questions I asked the students when I got in front of them is, why are you here? You know why you're in this room? And they thought SLD, specific learning disability at the time, meant slow learning disability. So again, as Joe mentioned, it was all about deficits. So we began the year by ensuring that we understood why the students were in the room and what their capabilities might be. So that was the need of that particular set of students at the time. And again, that's why making that match becomes so important.
Daryl, how are we doing, Daryl?
We have time for one more good question.
Okay. Well, good question.
Last
They've
but
all
not
been
least.
good. They've all been good.
I realize what you're looking at is more traditional education, but I wonder if you could comment on technical schools and also computer-based college courses as to whether or not they, in your opinion, in your studies, seem to be able to give the student enough of a career boost and a confidence boost for further life.
So I don't have a lot of experience in the technical school area, but I can tell you that in that literature that we looked at, there's not a lot, if really any, articles on the tech schools. So it's definitely an area that's been neglected in the literature and should be addressed. In terms of the online pieces, I hate to cop out on this, but that's going to depend entirely on the instructor and how they've structured that course. And are they using components of universal design and creating this online community? That, from what I've read and from when I've taught online courses, that sense of an online community is critical, as opposed to, okay, Lyman, here's your things to read, now do this online quiz and post, and you never have interaction with the rest of the group. So it really, the idea of course design is really critically important, in addition to accessibility for students with different types of sensory disabilities working in the online environment, but really that infusion of universal design components into the instruction is critical.
I would simply add that, and I'm speaking anecdotally when I address the technical education piece of your question, absolutely that's a good match for many students, whether they have a diagnosis or not. It again puts that student, that young adult in a post-secondary environment, hopefully in which they're pursuing some sort of career of interest, right? And we want to always support students' desires to continue their education and continue their growth into adult life. In terms of the computer-based education piece, excuse me, around 2008, I was asked to begin teaching online courses at the University of South Florida, and there was virtually no support for the development of these courses. That's changed considerably since then. But in order to educate myself so that I could do so effectively as a quality educator, knowing what I know about special education, I began to devour the literature in the area and have since been publishing in this field now. It is burgeoning. We know every semester, every year, there are more and more students pursuing, if not a fully online degree, at least a significant portion of their degree program in an online environment. And as Joe indicated, it is incumbent upon the instructor and the institution to ensure that that online course is designed in such a way that it does meet the set of standards that exist currently. There aren't very many, but it should address those standards. And above and beyond that, for those of us like myself who do understand how to effectively educate students who learn in a unique manner, that we ensure that that's reflected in our course design and delivery.
So I'd like to thank you all again for inviting us here to spend time with you and for being such an engaged audience. And I wish you a wonderful day for some great speakers coming up too. So thank you again.
Thank you, and welcome back. Our second workshop today looks at how exactly does ADHD affect academic achievement. Our presenter is Dr. Oksana Haggerty. Not only is she the better half of the guy who signs my paycheck, Dr. Oksana Haggerty is an educational and developmental psychologist who serves as a learning specialist and assistant director of the Center for Student Success at Beacon College. She specializes in academic support, cognitive abilities, learning disability interventions, and educational and developmental psychology. For 12 years, she served as an associate professor at Luhansk Taras Shevchenko National University in the Ukraine, teaching practical, methodological, and theoretical courses in developmental and educational psychology. That was a tongue twister. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Oksana Haggerty.
Hello, everybody. You probably heard that I'm from Ukraine, so nowadays it's an attention grabber. So I'm sure that my presentation will get a lot of attention, hopefully for a different reason. So as Daryl mentioned, I spent 12 years in the classroom, and now I've been a learning specialist for 5 years. So I've seen students with educational challenges both in the classroom and then outside of the classroom. And arguably, for me personally, the most challenging condition has always been ADHD. I've been fascinated by this condition, and I started digging deeper, and my presentation is the result of my own exploration of ADHD as a condition that can make students unavailable for learning. First, statistics. In 2016, 9% of children and adolescents in the United States had the diagnosis of ADHD. But if you look at the age distribution of those diagnoses, you will see that the majority of the diagnoses come during the teenage and adolescent years, a little less during elementary school, and very few during kindergarten years. And you would say, why is this the case? Why ADHD is being diagnosed during school more than it's being diagnosed earlier or later in life? This is a lifelong condition. It's not that it appears or starts late in life. People are born with it. So why is that? And the answer is because ADHD affects learning. So the majority of diagnoses come when students enter schools, because this is the condition that makes it specifically very difficult to access educational material. So today, we'll talk about how this is happening. First of all, let's think about the problems in the classroom. What kind of problems do we have in the classroom? The first and foremost, students cannot do the work. You've never seen them do the work. Or students can do the work, but they lack mastery, fluency, and accuracy. This is usually specific learning disabilities. So these are skill deficits. They have difficulty doing the work. But these are not all problems that we see in the classrooms. What if you know that the student can't do the work? And you have even seen the student do the work independently, fluently, and proficiently, but they just won't. Or, along the same lines, they will, but under very limited circumstances, for example, when they're interested or under pressure, they will, but at the wrong time, in the wrong place, wrong assignment. They will, but too little and too much. So they can read for 10 minutes and then play video games for several hours. Speaking about attention problems, how can a person with attention problems play video games for several hours? In other words, ADHD has nothing to do with how smart students are. ADHD makes them unavailable for learning. And this is probably the reason why National Center for Learning Disabilities decided to use the term not learning issues, but learning and attention issues, because of the profound influence or impact attentional issues have on academic achievement. One little thing. So you probably heard, I've been an educator all my life, and so students come to us with diagnosis. They come to us with clinical diagnosis. So how is ADHD diagnosed? And this was my question. I just wanted to understand how medical professionals diagnose ADHD. If you look at the standard procedure of diagnosing ADHD, you will see a clinical interview, and you will see certain checklists and rating scales. Look, teacher rating scale, parent rating scale. What is happening? These are indirect assessments. You ask somebody, or even the person himself, about the behavior. There are no tests of ADHD per se. DSM-5 suggests that individuals with ADHD may exhibit cognitive problems on tests of attention. You would say, it's attention deficit disorder. Why can't we just give a test of attention and establish ADHD? So they may exhibit some attentional deficits, they may exhibit executive functional deficits, even memory deficits, but those tests are not specific enough to establish ADHD as a condition. Why is that? And the main reason is symptoms of ADHD vary depending on the context. And again, this is the introductory part of my presentation. Here, I'm just establishing the problem. I'm trying to show how really diverse and difficult and complex this problem is. So, symptoms of ADHD depend on the context. And this is a list of contexts in which you won't see symptoms of attention deficit. First and foremost, when students are interested, they do not exhibit symptoms of attention deficit. When students are under pressure, when they feel like they have a gun to their head, they won't exhibit symptoms of ADHD. Continuously and immediately reinforced or rewarded. Everything is fine with attention. Under close supervision, one-on-one, no symptoms of ADHD or fewer. In novel settings, take a group of students to a new setting, and you won't see as many attention problems as you see in the traditional classroom. Consistent external stimulation, especially electronic screens. Students can play video games, surf the web, watch YouTube videos for hours. Electronic stimulation makes ADHD symptoms almost undetectable. And interacting in one-on-one situations, or when the number of stimuli to attend to is reduced. So this is the list that kind of explains why there is no test of ADHD. Because you cannot test something that depends on the context. right? We know that to diagnose ADHD, students have to exhibit six out of 9 symptoms of inattention and or hyperactivity and impulsivity. And they should persist for at least 6 months. These are the symptoms of inattention. Careless mistakes, difficulty sustaining attention, does not seem to listen, lose things, and easily distracted. And Thomas Brown, Dr. Thomas Brown, one of the lead specialists in ADHD, said, well, if you read these symptoms, you will say, well, I kind of have it from time to time, right? There's nothing unusual here. So he says that all characteristics of ADHD are problems that we all have. Individuals with ADHD have this problem, have more difficulty with this problem more of the time. But let's think about inattention outside of the clinical field. And let's think about inattention as it presents itself in the classroom. What is happening? And why do they make careless mistakes? And why don't they seem to listen? What is happening to them? There are 4 premises here to understand inattention. First and foremost, everything we do in life is essentially about learning. We learn every single second of our life. We receive reinforcement, attention from the environment, or our environment ignores us. But everything we do is about learning. Education organizes learning, but the rest is just our spontaneous learning. We scan the environment for relevant stimuli to engage in the behavior that will produce reinforcement. We just want to make sense of the environment, because reinforcement or a punishment will help us make sense of the environment. So what is attention? Attention is a gate that filters candidates for reinforcement. Attention deficit means that the gate is broken. We expose ourselves to a larger number of events. And the last, it's the number of events in time, not the time per se, that causes all the forgetting. It's the number of events in time. We all remember our honeymoon because it was once or maybe twice in life, right? No matter how much time passes, we remember every single detail, right? Because it's not about time. It's about the number of events in time. And kids with ADHD expose themselves to a larger number of events. But this is not it. So is it good or bad to be exposed to a larger number of events? First of all, behavior is more varied. Students with ADHD are more creative because they take more from the environment. What we do not see, they may see, and they don't see what we see. So we see different things in the same situations. But unfortunately, their behavior is also less stable. If you ever had a cook who has ADHD, they never follow recipes. And sometimes the outcome will be wonderful, and sometimes the outcome will be terrible. So this is the result of the behavior being less stable. It may be good, it may be bad. Now, my favorite, absolutely favorite symptom of ADHD, impulsivity. These are the criteria from DSM-5. They students have difficulty waiting in turn, interrupt, does not follow through, has difficulty organizing, they're very messy and random, and don't like tasks that require sustained mental effort. Why is that? What is that? The impulsivity is explained by these 2 very complicated phrases. I know I'm a non-native speaker, but these phrases are difficult, I'm sure, even for you. So it says, steeper delay of reinforcement gradient, consequences lose their power faster, and credit allocation challenges. Let me explain what it means. First, steeper delay of reinforcement gradient. This is the traditional, very definitional representation of the relative power of consequences. Which consequence is the most powerful? Something that comes immediately and something that comes certainly. We will do everything for something that we know it will be right here, right now, and I'm sure it will be here. Next one is immediate but uncertain. And this is gambling, for example. It comes immediately, but it's 50-50. Then future certain. Many smoking prevention campaigns are based on future certain consequences. The moment medical professionals were able to explain to us that while if you're smoking now, in the future, you may have medical consequences, this became a powerful reinforcement procedure for many people because they began to believe that something that may happen in the future, even very distant future, is still quite certain. And the least powerful consequence is future uncertain. Something that is only coming in the future and you don't know if it comes is very, very weak. So I said that students with ADHD have steeper delay of reinforcement gradient. For them, nothing in the future exists. And it's not a cognitive challenge. It's not that they cannot think about the future. They are discounting the pleasure that is coming in the future. Because for them, because of their physiological organization, what is coming here and now is more powerful. Let's see how it works. An old English adage, a bird in the hand is better than two in the bush, right? A bird in the hand is something that is immediate and certain. I already have it in my hand. Two in the bush is something that is in the future and uncertain because I'm not sure I can catch those birds, right? What would you choose? A bird in the hand, right? Would you say that this is an impulsive choice? No, it's common sense, right? We're prudent, it's common sense, we'll choose one bird in the hand. But let me make it a little more complicated. If I say 4 in the bush and 1 in the hand, what would you choose? You'd probably go for 4, right? Although it's future, although it's uncertain, but it's more. And why would you do that? Because you can see those 4 birds in the bush in your mental eyes. But students with ADHD, here's what they see. The moment you say a bird, they begin thinking, a bird? Is it a duck? A rubber duck? Or maybe it's a chicken sandwich. I'm hungry and probably my dog is hungry and tomorrow is my birthday. And at that very moment, I'm sure there are many educators in the room. Do you remember this blank look in the eyes? You say, so are you taking 1 bird or 4 birds? And the kid is saying, what 4 birds? Because you know he can see 1 bird in the hand, right? And those 4 birds are lost. Because it's the number of events in time. They expose themselves to a larger number of events. This is how it's working. So what do we do on the front end? We all, educators or parents of children with ADHD, we are very good, I believe, at providing the right cues. We know that we need to give a lot of attention. So if we want a kid to think about 4 birds in the bush, we need to make sure that we give attention to 4 birds in the bush, or give time, or repeat, or say it many times. The number of competing states. There should be 4 birds in the bush, and 4 birds in the bush, and that's it. Not 4 cats in the bush or something else in the bush. It should be like 4 birds in the bush. And the relevant salience of each of the ensemble of traces. So how colorful, loud, sharp those four birds are. So we know that we just need to give more attention on the front edge, and we need to limit the number of competing states, and we need to cue. We need to provide color cues, position cues, movement cues, voice cues, all sorts of cues. We are good at that. Arguably, the entire methods of education as a field of study is all about cues, right? How we do it. We all know that. But let me tell you something. For behavior to happen, it's not only about the cue, it's not only about the antecedent, it's also about the consequence, right? And we just said that students, when they have ADHD, the power of consequence changes with time. That's why the behavior is not happening. You may invite a student as a learning specialist to your office and have the best visual schedule and track all the assignments. These are cues. It's wonderful. I feel good. He feels good. He leaves the room smiling. What happens? Nothing. Because there is no reinforcement, right? As long as there is no reinforcement, nothing will happen. Let me put it this way. I'll move. Because the reinforcement for students with ADHD needs to come the sooner, the better. And if it doesn't, the behavior doesn't happen. So what can happen on the back end? What kind of reinforcement is detrimental for students with ADHD? First of all, delayed, right? Future reinforcement, very weak. Oh, I'm sorry. Second, uncertain. Third, small. They really need something good to work for it. Then cumulatively significant. This is attendance policy. Those parents who have kids with ADHD know that the thinking is, what can one missed class do to me? Nothing. It's 4 or 5 that will get you kicked out of the course, but not 1. So any consequence which is only cumulatively significant is very weak. Those who are trying to manage their weight, you always think, what can one cookie do to me? One cookie, nothing, but every cookie will. Under competition from other contingencies has been used before, and response efforts. So let's see what we can do on the back end in terms of consequences, not cues, to make sure that the behavior is happening. So if the consequence is delayed, first of all, you can use explicit direct instruction. The entire field of explicit direct instruction is about providing reinforcement as soon as you can. Fast-paced instruction. I, as an educator, don't like the accommodation, give them more time. Because when you give more time, you give less reinforcement, right? The kid is left alone to his own wits. There is no reinforcement coming from you. More time is not a good idea. So fast-paced instruction, because fast-paced instruction provides more reinforcement. It keeps them going. Tokens and other bridges. You probably cannot provide reinforcement right away all the time, but you can use tokens and other different sorts of bridges. Next one is uncertain reinforcement. We know it's very weak. We know students do not, especially students with ADHD, do not like uncertain reinforcement. First and foremost, please, no excuses. Because excuses make any consequence that we as educators provide uncertain, because every time the student will be working on a paper, if an excuse was given in the past, the student will say, well, I should submit it on Tuesday, but I was excused, maybe I can submit it on Wednesday. So anything that will make consequence uncertain will make it weak. Then you probably need to say what the reinforcement is going to be, what reward is coming. There is an interesting research in which a phrase, sit and wait quietly, and you might get a coupon, which is a token, was more powerful than sit and wait quietly. You just need to talk about the positive consequence consequences that engaging in this or that behavior will give the student. The student needs to know. Last one is, that's from a college level, and I know that our instructors do it very often, providing samples. You need to give a sample of intended output. Students need to know what exactly you're expecting from them to make the consequence more certain. Next one is small reinforcement. This is a big problem in educational systems. We really don't have anything powerful to reward or punish our students. As Patrick Fryman once said, if we could use open flame as punishment and heroin as reinforcement, the process of teaching appropriate behavior to our children would be much easier. But we cannot do it. We don't have anything that powerful, right? We have grades, we have praise, maybe Disney trips, but they're small for our children. It's almost nothing. So what can we do then? Repeat. Because students do not learn by listening. They learn by repetition with contrast. Every time you repeat something, their life should become a little better. And after you repeat it 100 times, the behavior will be in place. And that's where 10,000 rule is coming from, 10,000 hour rule. To become proficient in any area, you really need to put a lot of time, a lot of repetition, a lot of practice. Next one, cumulatively significant. We all struggle with attendance policy, right, as I said. One good thing is to visualize it. And there is a good example in Daniels and Bailey book. In a company, one of the employees was struggling with missing a lot of work. So the manager called the guy into his office and literally plotted the day in the calendar when the person will be terminated if he continues to miss work at the same rate. This visualization and explaining, here's what it is and here's what it's going to look like, really was very powerful. Next one is reinforcement under competition from other contingencies. You know as parents, I'm sure, that there is a huge difference between asking the students to go and do homework when a student is playing a video game and asking a student to do homework when a student is doing household chores, right? So we need to mind this hedonic contrast because it's very important for students with ADHD. Again, steeper delay of reinforcement gradient. Something needs to be immediate and now and certain and big and so on and so forth. How often a particular consequence has been used before? We really have to be creative to motivate students with ADHD. And the last one, response effort. Make doing the right thing easier. Make libraries accessible, make computers accessible, printers accessible, so there should be nothing in between the student and academic achievement. So response effort should be minimal if you want a student to do the right thing. Now, credit allocation challenges. This is the second challenge that impulsivity gives students in the classroom. What is credit allocation challenges? One more very, very difficult passage. Rich environments present the potential for disastrously quick loss of ability to allocate credit to the correct precedent. What does it mean? The student hears at the end of the class session, "Good job, you guys," or the student receives a graded paper 2 weeks after he or she submitted this paper. How does the student know what exactly is being graded? What exactly is being praised? What kind of behavior was good and it's graded as A, and what kind of behavior was bad and graded as C or F? So the student probably doesn't know. And why is that? Because while you had 10 events in your life between the time the student submitted the paper and 2 weeks later when you gave this paper back, the student had 100 events in his life. And he obviously just does not remember which event or which behavior we are grading or talking about. So there is, again, an old English adage, catch them being good. It's very important to catch students with ADHD doing something right and reinforce it and reward it and make sure that they know about it, because this is the only way we really can change their behavior. Now, hyperactivity. These are the symptoms of hyperactivity, and I'm sure you've seen it. You know that this is from DSM-5. But let's think about what it looks like in the classroom and why it looks like that in the classroom. Imagine I hope there are no rocket scientists in the audience. If there are none, then imagine yourself at a lecture on rocket science. Using Bloom's model, evaluate your chances of making sense of what is going on around you. Do you have any prerequisite skills, knowledge, or competencies to understand the material? Probably none, right? Do you have any interests in the rocket science? Any attitudes, any self-views that you can do rocket science? Probably not. Then my question is, how soon will you begin to fidget with hands and feet, leave seat, feel restless, be on the go, and talk excessively, which are the manifestations of hyperactivity? Do you expect it to happen soon? Like checking your emails, maybe Facebook, talking to your neighbor and something. So whenever the environment does not make sense for us, we become hyperactive. Because why do we become hyperactive? And what is hyperactivity? What's the purpose of hyperactivity? We become hyperactive because hyperactivity is really scanning the environment for relevant stimuli to engage in the behavior that will produce reinforcement. If there is nothing in the classroom that can produce reinforcement, it's not making sense to me, I'll become hyperactive. So do our students. They also become hyperactive, except to settle, unlike us, they need something really, really big. And when I say big, and I hope by this time we kind of came to this conclusion, we are not only talking about big Q, which is colorful, right? Bright, loud, and so on and so forth. It's not about really big Q. It's more about reinforcement that needs to be immediate, that needs to be certain, that needs to be new, easy, all at once, because cumulative doesn't work, better than the alternative. So only in this situation we will be making sense of the environment, and we won't be engaging in the behaviors that can be classified as hyperactive. Last but not the least, and this is the most important part for me, because we are probably all surprised that ADHD is affecting American school kids all around the world, not only America. I'm sorry for saying that, all over the world. It's more and more and more and more and more. It seems like it's an epidemic, right? But let's think about it. And this is a very interesting sentence from DSM-5. Symptoms of ADHD are common among children placed in academic settings that are inappropriate to their intellectual ability. So this is from hyperactivity. We just talked about that. Whenever it's difficult for a student to make sense of what is going on in the classroom, the kid begins to exhibit symptoms of ADHD: impulsivity, hyperactivity, and attention. So are we going back to the drawing board now? And let's see where we really, and I do believe in ADHD. I think ADHD is a serious neurological condition that can run the entire life. I think it is. But I don't think that every single situation when you see a kid being rude, impulsive, hyperactive, inattentive, I don't think it's every single time is ADHD. There can be something else. So let's quickly look at what it can be. We know, according to Benjamin Bloom, 80 to 90% of the variation in school achievement is accounted for interactions among cognitive entry behaviors, affective entry characteristics, and quality of instruction. Cognitive entry behaviors are our skills and knowledge and prerequisite skills, knowledge, and competencies that we need to understand what is going on in the classroom. So what if a student comes into the classroom and he doesn't have those? Or he has those, but they are not trained to mastery? Because only if you train a skill, knowledge, or competency to a mastery level, the skill will be retained and it will endure distractions and fatigue. It will be stable. It can be used in new situations and new skills can be developed. So if cognitive entry behaviors are not there, then you will see some kind of distractibility. You will see varied behavior, which can be misunderstood as ADHD, but it's not. It's a different sort of challenge. Then what about affective entry characteristics? We know what they are. They are interests, self-views, and attitudes to the material. We know that students with ADHD do not like engaging in non-self-selected tasks. When they select a task, they can engage and do it for hours. Non-self-selected tasks, difficult. Again, if you cannot do something, if you struggle doing something, what are the chances of you engaging in that behavior? Well, very low. You'll probably avoid it, right? And so, again, when you train something to perfection, to mastery level, the chances of engaging in the behavior, seeking this behavior, reading, writing, or doing math will be much higher. But also there are some societal cues that help students engage in the behavior. And I love giving an example of Elon Musk, who just made mathematics fashionable again. Because of Tesla, because of artificial intelligence, because of neural networks, it's all math. So math in colleges is fashionable again. So it improves effective entry characteristics. And the last one is quality of instruction. Cues, reinforcement, feedback, and correctives. We just said that for instruction to be of high quality, it's not enough to provide the right cues, which we all were trained to provide. It's also important to provide reinforcement. Immediate, certain, new, better than the alternative, and so on and so forth. So where's ADHD in all this? Again, I wanted to point your attention to the fact that if a skill, prerequisite skill, is not trained to mastery, you will see distractibility, you will see fatigue, you will see irritability too. You will see the behavior that is less stable. Next one, if a task is not self-selected, if a kid does not want to do something, it's very hard to make a student really engage in doing that. And the last one, it's very important to provide not only cues, but also reinforcement, and so the right reinforcement too. In following the requirements of direct and explicit instruction, I wanted to engage you in some active student response exercises. Let's read the question, and let's say whether it's true or false. ADHD and IQ are related. The higher the IQ, the less pronounced ADHD symptoms are. No, it's false, and we now know it's not only false about IQ, it's also false about measures of attention, executive function, and memory, because ADHD is very sensitive to the context. It's not the function per se, it's the function in the context, which is cue, antecedent, and result, consequence, reinforcement, or punishment. Next one. under which conditions can individuals with ADHD make themselves pay attention? When the task is interesting to them, when the environment is unfamiliar and new, and when they feel like they have a gun to their head. All of the above, A, B, and C. So these are the contexts that really change how our attention functions. And the last one, which statement is true? All people have trouble with attention from time to time, but people with ADHD have more trouble with it more of the time. In this regard, ADHD is more like hypertension than mumps or measles. And the other one is ADHD has a number of unique or positive characteristics that people without ADHD do not have. In this regard, ADHD is more like mumps or measles than hypertension. Do we all have trouble with attention, depending on the context? While students with ADHD will have more trouble with attention more of the time. So it's more like hypertension, because we all engage in attentional exercises, and students with ADHD just have more trouble with them. So it's A. Well, this is the end of my presentation, and I'm very grateful and thankful that you listened. You didn't fidget. You didn't check your Facebook too often. I hope I provided some cues and some reinforcements that worked. So I'll be glad to answer any questions you have.
Between ADD and ADHD, and what the differences are.
I have to follow DSM-5, so I do make a distinction: ADD, attention deficit, and then combined type attention deficit, inattention, impulsivity, hyperactivity. Yes, I would just say that to me, in the classroom, kids with ADD, and honestly, this is probably the most difficult type, because it's like white noise all the time. Even cues do not work. If a kid is hyperactive, cues, but then you can provide reinforcement, punishment, or reward, and it will work. When a kid has ADD, attention, pure attention deficit, it's like it's white noise. It never makes it there. So yes, I do make a difference, and I think a little more research is needed into understanding the interaction and how it works. But at this point, I would say that ADD is probably the most challenging type of ADHD spectrum of ADHD disorder. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Thank you for that presentation. I just want to make a comment. My son transferred from another university, and one of the things that led me to realize he needed to transfer, he definitely has ADD in addition to learning differences, was when he said that he couldn't remember anything he had learned in the 2 years that he was there. And the first day he had classes here, I said to him, "So how'd it go?" And he said, "It was fun." And I was like, "Fun?" And I said, "Yes, the classes were," he had had 3 classes. "The classes were fun, the professors were fun." So big kudos to Beacon professors on that one.
Thank you. Thank you. Sure, and this is a good, this is a very important statement. I do believe that when we work with students with ADHD, learning specialists are wonderful, but the majority of work is done by the faculty in the classroom, because they provide the cues and they provide reinforcements. We're just making sure it's not all falling apart, but it's very important for the faculty to be, they're the front liners here, and so not that I don't believe that learning specialists can do much about ADHD, but I do believe that we can only do it together. So I do not believe in pull-out special education services. This is what I'm trying to say. The special education services should be in the classroom. They shouldn't be pull-out services, because with ADHD, it's really not much you can do. It should be happening in the classroom, right? Reinforcement and cues, the right reinforcement and the right cues should be in the classroom. And this is why I think Beacon College, if somebody is asking about our secret sauce, the secret sauce is that we are not pull-out services. The services are there, and we are the second line. Thank you.
What role do you see anxiety? I have two boys, different diagnosis. The Asperger's students, the freshman, but he has a combination, obviously, of the hyperactivity. The other one's not here, older, at a different school, but when his anxiety level, and it kind of increases with the nature of the studies, the credits, you see a response that is just kind of drops. So we've been trying to work around the amount of courses or the hours. He's gotten better at managing with some assistance, but I also know for him, without the scheduling, there is a short-term memory thing that's consistent. It has always been. And I tend to see it more as anxiety. I'm not always sure what's triggering that. Do you notice any difference or any cues?
Well, living with ADHD is a very uncomfortable life. You are working twice as hard to make sense of what is going on around you, not because you are cognitively deficient, but because your reinforcement follows a different pace, a different pattern. So this average student needs, say, 1 reinforcement per minute. A student with ADHD needs 5 reinforcements per minute. So it's like living in a fog. It's like nothing, well, something is making sense, but not much. And obviously, if you have any amount of self-awareness, you become very frustrated about the situation. And so to me, in my own work with students with ADHD, and I work with students with who are juniors and seniors, it's really establishing some kind of structure in their life to clear the fog, and then making sure that that structure is reinforced every single time I see a student. So I understand where anxiety comes from. Some claim that anxiety is the internalization of ADHD symptoms, but it's a very uncomfortable existence because you kind of live in a world. It's like watching a movie that is too slow. Like you're used to the movies and on the fast forward, and your movie is too slow for you. This is what the world is. And obviously you're very uncomfortable. Living for years in this world will create some emotional tensions, obviously. But thank you for this question.
Thank you for the comment about not pulling them out for the special education. Does that mean, though, that maybe we need to educate our professors and our teachers for earlier education? Because for my personal experience, the biggest issue with my daughter in the early education was that she needed to be pulled out for the special services. And that put her in a denial and in an anger and not want to admit what she needed help with, to the point that we got so many years later that she will be still in a denial, and that will keep her from learning.
Well, thank you for this question. It's near and dear to me, but I just wanted to make sure that I make myself clear. When I said it shouldn't be pull-out services, I didn't make it as a policy statement. I made it as an educator. I think it's much better if special education services are there in the classroom. I'm not sure we are prepared to provide those. But I'm a big proponent of universal design. When all the accommodations are built in the system, explicit direct instruction, a perfect way to teach not only students with specific learning disabilities, ADHD, but any student. So I believe that special education can provide cues for better instruction in the classroom. I think we just all should be doing that. What's wrong about providing reinforcement immediately? What's wrong about providing certain reinforcement so that the student knows? So what I think, and I'm seeing that, we're moving in the direction of universal design more and more. We're moving away from simply pulling out the kid with special needs or excusing the kid with special needs, which is even worse because we saw what modifications can do to a student, right? To the level of academic achievement. If you excuse too much, you provide all those accommodations almost to the ground level. So universal design, I would say, would be an answer. Explicit direct instruction, I would say, would be an answer. We are trying to move in that direction at Beacon, and we understand we have to undo years and years and years of educational practices and experiences anywhere in the world. So, but this is my kind of view on how we can help students with special needs. Pull-out services, they are not working for many, many different reasons, but this is just one of the reasons, but thank you.
Hi, Doctor. I really enjoyed your presentation. You stressed reinforcement, and you mentioned that it had to be clear, certain, immediate. I know perhaps you even used the term colorful or big, and that we should try to be creative. So my son is in a psychology class, intro to psychology. I'm sure he doesn't love the subject, knowing him. What does reinforcement in a class like that look like?
Those active student response exercises that I provided against the requirements of explicit instruction by the end of my presentation, they are given to students every, I think, 60 to 90 seconds. So you engage students. It can be choral response, it can be anything, but you engage students in responding. You check the understanding, but you also want to make sure that you provide, because when students are listening to you, listening is a passive activity. You don't know what is happening while the students are sitting and looking at you. You cannot guarantee that they're listening. You cannot guarantee that they understand what is going on, right? They may be thinking about something else. So active student response exercises like that, these are the elements of providing reinforcement in the classroom. The sooner the better. That's why I'm cautiously, but again, only cautiously optimistic, and colleagues just said that there is not much research about online education. But online education, artificial intelligence can provide reinforcement immediately. And in this regard, it can be a better way to teach kids with ADHD. It can be, but again, I felt that there was not much research, but I guess there isn't much research in that area. But hopefully, maybe moving in that direction, dealing with artificial intelligence, because no teacher can provide that amount of reinforcement all the time. I hope artificial intelligence can. Thank you.
Any additional questions?
My name's Linda Dew. I have two children. They both have ADHD and learning disabilities, a boy and a girl. I did find that immediate positive reinforcement worked very well. I love the way you did the dishes. I really like the fact the way you dried them properly and put them away. Or I like the way you did such and such. And then having them in sort of a greener environment with people next door with kids the same age so they can make friends more easily, et cetera. And praising them for having ADHD. Like one night they wanted to go out midnight because it started snowing. I said, sure. And it was in the summertime. I said, I feel sorry for people who don't have kids with ADHD because they must be awfully boring. And so they like it when I talk them that way. I talk about famous people that have ADHD who are successful. And so you've got to keep building up that self-esteem and that positive, immediate reinforcement.
Yes, because I do believe ADHD is not a deficit. It's your ability to see more in the moment.
Yes.
It's more difficult. It's more challenging because you have to make sense of more stimuli in the moment, but you do see more. Yes. Right? You do see some unusual characteristics of the situation. You do. So there is a lot to praise the students for. Unfortunately, by the time as they grow, because of limited cognitive entry behaviors, limited competences, skills, and knowledge, it becomes a very sad existence, right? Because, and we saw that the amount of diagnosis of ADHD by teenage and adolescent years are growing, and they are growing because kids are feeling helpless. I can no longer sustain attention in the classroom because I was unavailable for learning in my elementary school, in my middle school, and now I'm crashing because I have nothing to base my understanding on. So, but there are so many things that are really positive about ADHD. And I think, and thank you for that, and I think we should celebrate that. And just like there is a wonderful book about dyslexic advantage, I hope there will be a book about ADHD advantage, which will show us what kind of advantages ADHD gives us.
And video games was a problem with both children. And so for my son, you know, the neighbor boy was outdoor playing. I said, you know, why don't you go out and play with him? He's like, yes, he was playing video games. Then finally I said to him, video games are for boys, a car is for a man. And I said, if you get rid of all your video games and sell them off, I will get you a car. Now, I know all parents can't do that, but it was a used car. But, you know, he was around that right age, but he did. He got rid of everything. And that was my way. And I said, if you keep playing them, the car will go.
Perfect. This is the competition from other contingencies. It's doing homework versus playing video games, or doing homework versus doing household chores, right? He's giving up video games not to go and do homework. He's giving up video games to get a car. That's a very different thing.
You know, eventually a lot of kids do need a car, but that was the excuse.
Yeah. So we have to think about those little things because their reinforcement gradient, the way the reinforcement works for them is very, very different. So this idea was excellent because it really worked according to all the findings in ADHD field. Thank you for sharing.
Thank you so much, Dr. Haggerty, for your presentation. Our next workshop explores how do we move the employment needle for students with disabilities. And our presenter is Dr. James Williams. He is the National Pre-ETS and Chief Operating Officer at Bloom Consulting in Austin, Texas. He is also a certified rehabilitation counselor, advanced certified autism specialist, and an adjunct professor of education at St. Edward's University, George Mason University, and Northwestern College. He obtained his bachelor's degree in special education from Sam Houston State University, his master's in rehabilitation counseling from Texas Tech University Health Science Center, and his Doctor of Education in Educational Leadership from Lamar University. He is also a certified special education teacher with experience in public and private education and social services. Dr. Williams has provided services to individuals with disabilities, particularly autism spectrum disorders, across the lifespan for the past 14 years. He continues to use his professional and personal experience with autism as a catalyst to inspire and educate others to believe in the incredible possibilities for adults and children with disabilities when they receive the appropriate support and accommodations. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Dr. James Williams.
Okay, so thank you so much. First of all, I have to compliment Daryl. He has the best reading voice I've ever heard. I was like, I want Daryl to read me a story. It's like he just has that good tone. I love it. We'll go. Good afternoon. Caught myself. Good afternoon. I appreciate you guys sticking around, especially being the speaker after lunch. The bar is high, and I know that. So I will do my best. I always remind people, remember, I ate too, so I'm keeping myself awake and you. But I'm going to share something that's really passionate to my heart, and that is the employment of people with disabilities, both post-college, post-programs like Beacon, but also just in general, coming out of high school. He gave you a really kind of overview of my professional titles. I wear a lot of hats. I do a lot of things. I like it that way. I like being busy. And but one thing that's not on here that I want to share about is, and I kind of hinted at it in my bio, but in addition to all these professional hats that I wear, I was diagnosed myself with Asperger's syndrome when I was 12 years old. I'm 32 now, so it's been 20 years. Woo, 20-year anniversary. I don't know if that's something you celebrate, but I guess I can. But so this is a very personal and passionate journey for me. I went through this journey coming out of a program. Unfortunately, at the time, my parents and I didn't know about Beacon College. I stumbled a lot through college, but did manage to succeed just because academically I've always been very strong. And, but, you know, going through that journey, I then had to kind of face that insurmountable challenge, which is, okay, great. I did all that hard work. I did the 4.5 years, whatever, who's counting, and did that hard work. What do I do with it, right? And it is kind of the, well, hopefully not $1 million, but several $1,000 question that some of you probably ask and are looking at in your son or daughter as they go through Beacon if you're a parent. And it's a very valid question to ask. And so before I jump into my content, one of the things I want to acknowledge is we have made programs like Beacon, Landmark, a lot of great programs out there that I know about, and I'm sure some I don't. There's new coming about every day, which is fantastic. We have really done, I think, an incredible job. We're not done, but we've come so far in even the 20 years or 10 years since I've been active in the workforce, or 20 years since diagnosis, developing college programs for individuals with disabilities, both learning differences, autism spectrum disorders, you name it. And by the way, I'll use that term. I may say autism, I may say learning differences. I'm speaking broadly, so just know I'm not giving you specific categories. But we've made tons of progress in the actual achievement of programs for college, getting students through college, enrolling students in college, providing coursework to students with learning differences, disabilities in college. Where I see us needing to make a lot more progress, and where I feel like we are now as a field, is the employment piece. Post-program, what happens now? Because for a lot of students and a lot of parents, they thought the journey was over after public school or after private school, after K-12. And of course, as many of the parents in this room know, psych, no, not so much. And sorry, you know, and by the way, as a former special ed teacher, I own that is a problem, unfortunately, in our profession, is we're not the best, especially at preparing parents for that transition. But then you coming through this thinking, okay, well, if we just get them through Beacon, or if we just get them through a program, then we're done. Psych, not so much. Why? Because honestly, they're going to go through the same transition many of you in this room have gone through maybe multiple times in your life. Getting a degree, getting a course of study, then having to apply that in the job world. And unfortunately, and I guess you could say somewhat fortunately or unfortunately, depends on how you look at it, college, although prepares you for career, it's very different from career. And a lot of our individuals that we've worked with have realized that. So my company, Bloom Consulting, has been around for about 10 years in the Austin area. We just opened an office in Houston, and we're just opened an office in Las Vegas literally 2 weeks ago. And with our clients over the last decade plus, what we have seen is a lot of students that are good at school, and or they're not good at school, but they've gotten through school, and they think, well, the skills and the things that I've learned and all that, if I just do the same thing, I'm going to get a job and keep it. And that's just not quite true, especially depending on the job. And the reason that this becomes an issue is many times the social components of work, right? The soft skills that we like to talk about in work. And so you'll hear a lot of me use that term today, soft skills versus hard skills, things like that, because those are the areas that students are struggling. And by the way, that is not specifically just individuals with ASD, with autism or Asperger's, if you will. Individuals with ADHD and LD can, and frequently I have seen, do have soft skills challenges in the workplace as well. So don't, it's not just an autism thing, it's not just a this thing or another thing. It is truly a challenge for all. Of course, we have a website. You can learn more about our company if you'd like on our website. I also have, well, they're in my bag, but with me, I have cards. I can get them out. And if you want my information after the presentation, you're welcome to grab a card, and if I can help you, I definitely want to try. Okay, so I like to start my presentations by getting the bad out of the way. So are our students employed post-program? And honestly, the overwhelming majority, or the overwhelming answer is no. Now, there are exceptions. There are some really amazing programs like Beacon and others I know of, who either are developing and really enhancing their career services and their internships and things like that post-program. But unfortunately, those are still kind of the minority, not the norm. What the norm is by and large, most of our higher functioning adults with ASD, and even those with other diagnoses, or maybe dual diagnoses, are either unemployed, stats we have for that are about 85%, or chronically underemployed, stats we have for that are about 79%. And both of those are challenges. Obviously, unemployed is a huge challenge because many times that usually means living with mom or dad or with relatives, unfortunately for a lifetime, which is obviously not a good outcome. excuse me, but I've also seen underemployment, excuse me, tickle my throat. I've seen underemployment also cause a lot of issues, particularly the mental health ones. So I've had individuals that have gone through intensive degree training programs and are very, very good at going to college, but because of soft skills and the inability to get past an interview, they are working at McDonald's, Walmart, whatever. And that would be fine if that's what their goal was, but that's not their goal. Their goal was to get a degree and do something with it. And so that's been a big challenge as well that we've seen. Looking at the workforce participation rate of adults with disabilities, that actually is a stat that just bothers me, and I do lose sleep over. And that is 20.5% versus 68.3% for adults without disabilities. Keep in mind, that stat includes people that are employed and then people that are unemployed that are actively, thank you so much, awesome. And then people that are also actively seeking work. Okay, yes, so much better, thank you. I can breathe, something the wrong way. And so that's a concern. What I tell people is the difference between the two stats. So basically people with disabilities are participating in the workforce at about a third the rate of those without. And that is all disabilities. That is from the Department of Labor's Office of Disability Employment Policy. January 2019 is the last time I pulled the stat. They actually run that stat every month, so you can look it up for yourself. And if you were lucky, it went up 0.1%. But it doesn't change a lot, to be honest. And so that's all disabilities. Then if we look at workforce participation rate of adults with ASD, about 55.1% of young adults with ASD held paying jobs outside the first 6 years out of high school. So that's pre-college, of course. That was the lowest percentage among the categories they examined. So I'll talk a little later about my dissertation and what I learned in my research team and I talked about. But one of the challenges we saw was we have a lot of underemployment, but then we also have a lot of folks that just aren't getting jobs. They're kind of that failure to launch issue. And so that's a huge challenge as well. I would also add that probably some of those students have attempted college, and maybe they didn't have support like Beacon offers. They didn't know where to get that support. They couldn't afford the support. You can pick the various reasons. And so they're also in that struggle that they tried college and maybe it didn't work. A startling stat that I have, a wonderful organization based out of New York City called Integrate. And basically they're a nonprofit that works with, there's a couple of these folks around doing this kind of work, but I just particularly love the way they do it and I love the people that run it. But Marcia is their lead, their director, and they basically work with large companies to develop neurodiverse employment programs, even to do training. They do a lot of different things, but basically they're trying to move the needle. They're trying to get people with disabilities, various types. Particularly, they tend to specialize in your high-functioning autism, Asperger's folks, jobs. And in her stats and their research, they found 85% of college graduates with ASD are unemployed. I'm not telling you that to discourage you. In fact, Beacon College is like, did he have to put that in? No, I'm just kidding. But it's realistic. And what I will tell you is they're not unemployed because they didn't get support in college or because they didn't have a place like this. They very well did, and some of them I'm sure do. The challenge is again, that soft skills component and that translation from school to work. I tell people all the time, being smart doesn't get you through an interview. How you develop a relationship with the interviewer, if you're trustworthy, if you answer the questions in a way that they understand and that they're looking for, that's what gets you a job. Many times it's also knowing somebody, the social aspect of having networks and connections, things like LinkedIn. That's what gets you a job. It's not, oh, well, we got to pick this candidate. He's the best. Why? He got A's in high school. He's obviously the best. How many employers say that? Well, in case you're wondering, none of them. They don't care. Even college, a lot of employers, I've had conversations with HR folks from large technology companies, some of the biggest in the Austin area. I actually sat down for a meeting and kind of a symposium, kind of like this, with just different folks. And there was HR folks from Google, HR folks from Facebook, some of the largest companies, Indeed. And they all said, we don't look at that stuff. We look at how can they work cohesively in a team? How can they contribute to a project? How can they work together to solve a problem? That's what we're looking for. And so really important to understand that. Same with IQ. Being really smart doesn't get you a job. In fact, I encourage you, look for studies, look for research that says that smarter people, people with higher IQs, are employed more often or employed in higher, I would even almost go as far to say even higher earning jobs. Not really, because unless you can sell yourself, that IQ doesn't do a lot for you. And so we talk a lot about that with our clients, that it's not a matter of just being smart, going through college, getting that degree. It's a matter of how you then take all that, put it in a package, and sell it to an employer. Or maybe you work with a program like Integrate, and they help you do that. Sure, that's great. But something has to happen there to actually get that, that interview and to get through that process. And then underemployment, which we talked about. So folks that are higher functioning working in lower wage jobs. This one, honestly, out of everything, it's probably the thing that bothers me the most. Because by the way, if you didn't know, my initial CRC is a certified rehabilitation counselor, which means that basically I've had advanced training on how to get people with disabilities jobs. And it kills me because one of the main tenets of our federal government's approach to VR, vocational rehabilitation, has always been that if we get more people with disabilities jobs, they won't need as much government benefits, they won't need as much Social Security, we will spend money now and save money later, right? A similar tenet behind like the VA and some of their programs. And it's a great idea, and it is true. Unfortunately, though, if we're getting them a low-wage job where they still need SSI, they still need a Social Security, they still need Medicaid, they still need a lot of support from their parents, we're not really moving the needle. You know, yeah, they're working, and maybe they have more fulfillment. Maybe, you know, they have something more to do, which is good, and I'm not negating that. But it's not really accomplishing the core tenet of my field, of the profession that I subscribe to, of let's actually help them become more independent. Let's help them become more financially independent from their families and from the government as well. And then about 79% Integrate found of young adults with ASD were working part-time, averaging about $9.11 an hour. Now, obviously, in Florida, 9/11 is not as bad, but in, you know, a place like California, New York, some of your states that just have higher costs of living, $9.11 an hour is not going to cut it. You know, a place like Texas, our minimum wage is $7.25 or something ridiculous like that. Hopefully, nobody gets paid that anymore, but who knows? So that's something to consider as well. So I'm giving you the problem. I'm telling you kind of where we're at. What I want to share with you now, though, is ideas of what we're doing and what I've seen. Possible reasons for this, though. So I've described the water. Why is it that way? These are some ideas. I'm not going to talk about all of them. Some of them are definitely regional issues. Some of them are nationwide. Some of them are more state-specific. I'll tell you, for instance, the first one in Texas, and I can't speak for Florida. I don't know its VR system. But in Texas, we are a VR vendor. We're actually probably, I'd say, the largest in the city of Austin. We've gotten literally over the last 11 years, I can tell you because I have all their files in our file storage locker, but literally thousands of people with disabilities throughout Central Texas jobs. And in Texas, there's a huge kind of pressure to close a case quickly. And what this unfortunately does is most providers end up, that are like us, most providers end up having this pressure to where they just want to place someone with a disability, not just ASD, but with a disability in a low-level minimum wage job to get a closure. And that's one of the challenges with our VR system. It is, at the federal level, what VR cares about is how many people with disabilities did you get jobs? How many cases did you successfully close? And so while I totally understand that metric and I believe in it, it causes people to push things quickly, and it causes providers to go for quick closure, which generally means easier to get jobs, right? Lower hanging fruit. That is definitely a challenge. There are many providers in Texas that will get you a job, but there are not many that will get you a higher level job or a career level job or something that is a little bit higher up in terms of salary or benefit requirement. There's some, but not many. Most job coaching focuses on hard skills, not soft skills. So we still place people with disabilities in jobs. That service, we don't do as much of it as we used to just because of staff and the amount of time it takes, but we still do that service. And our clients that need hard skills training, very, very approachable. You know, they need help stocking a shelf. They need help, you know, a filing system. They need help with a computer program. My staff, my job coaches, their employers, we can work with that. We can totally move through that. We can work through that. We can help them with that. However, the soft skills piece is much more difficult, and a lot of job coaching services tend to focus on the hard skills. They don't focus on those soft skills. Symptoms related to co-occurring mental health disorders. I personally, as someone who has a diagnosis myself, I have lost 3 people in my life in the last 7 years. All had autism diagnosis. One also had a co-occurring diagnosis of anxiety and depression. All 3 committed suicide. And I will tell you, they didn't commit suicide because they had autism. They committed suicide because of the co-occurring mental health challenges they had related to it. And I think we really have to be careful. I'm hugely passionate about addressing mental health and really looking at it for what it is. I tell people many times, I can tell you, especially for my college-bound individuals, folks that, it's like some of your students that are going here or, that are at that point in their life. For many of them that I have met, their mental health disorders and those challenges are honestly causing them more grief and are a bigger barrier than their diagnosis of autism or LD or some other things. And I'm just telling you. Because, you have someone with severe anxiety. I'll give you a good example. Had a young lady. So we do vocational evaluations where we have families that'll fly in from around the country. We obviously do a lot in Texas too, but families will come in and one of my staff members is I used to do this, I just don't have time anymore with my other hats, but we'll do a vocational evaluation and really evaluate someone, let's say, coming out of college or someone coming out of high school knowing what kind of job should I be looking for, or what kind of college program should I be pursuing, and we do about some 15 to 20 different batteries. It's about a 2.5-day testing process. It's very intensive. I will not make it sound, it's not easy. But we are able to generate a report with some really solid recommendations about where that individual's at and where what their options are. Anyways, that aside, we met a young lady, high-functioning autism, also diagnosed with dysgraphia, but absolutely, without a doubt, one of the most intelligent human beings of any age, any gender, any ethnicity that I've ever met in my life. Absolutely brilliant. Thinks about things on a level I don't even understand, and I'm a pretty smart person. I've been to school for a while, and just totally on a different plane. And unfortunately, she is somebody who is basically stuck at home. She was graduating from a private school that had very good individualized learning support, which was awesome. She couldn't have gotten through high school without this school, and I praise them for that. But unfortunately, at the end of that, we did an evaluation with her, and her anxiety was also the most severe I have ever seen. She physically couldn't walk into a college classroom. Like she doesn't leave her home. Her anxiety is so great that she can't leave her home. I think her mom said if she gets her to go out of the house two times per week for even 5 minutes or more, that's a good week. What is her barrier? Her barrier is not her diagnosis of autism. Her barrier is her intense, extreme anxiety. So that's something we've got to look at. Emphasis on soft skills and verbal and nonverbal communication and networking application and interview processes. So we've had some clients we've worked with that are looking for business-type jobs, accounting, banking, things like that. And a lot of those jobs, they do mixers or luncheons or very socially focused events around food or drinks usually as a way to recruit candidates and meet candidates. And I'm all for it. That's fine. Those are a lot of fun. Great. I love those. But the challenge is a lot of our clients struggle in those unstructured environments. And God forbid there's alcohol involved in the event. Sometimes that's even worse. And so they don't know how to navigate an event like that. So when they think of an interview, they think, oh, well, they didn't interview me. I just went there and had a couple of drinks with people. It's an interview. But they didn't say it was. It's an interview. But they weren't. They were interviewing. I'm like telling you, that's what they were doing. Like it was an informal, unstructured environment, but that's exactly what they were doing. Yes, they were not sitting there with papers and a row of chairs and stuff, yes, but it was an interview. And so that kind of interview, really, really, really a lot of our clients struggle with because they're thinking interview as in like go into an office, shake someone's hand and sit down and answer questions and leave. And that's not always what interviews look like, especially today. Training chosen based on interest, not actual employability. I am someone who followed his passion. My passion has been helping other people with disabilities like myself achieve things in their life, whether that's employment, independent living, usually a combination of all of those. I was fortunate in that my passion is very employable. It's not a lot of people like me. I am very, very busy. And in fact, anybody in our field knows that this is transition in general, what the work we do, the work Beacon does, there's just honestly far too few of us and far too much need. So I haven't had this issue, but a lot of my friends have. They chose a degree or training based on, and one of them actually several of them have disabilities. One of them has Tourette's, another one has autism, and very capable, but they chose their degree or training based on what they wanted to study. Well, that makes sense, right? Well, yes. But if your degree is something like history, and you tell me, I don't want to teach, what the heck are you getting a degree in history for then? Because what is your employment outcome? What are you going to do? The answer is probably nothing related to history. It's not fun to say, but those are the facts. It's not a highly employable field. Now, are there employable fields? Absolutely. There's tons of them. You can even look, federal government has a whole website dedicated called Own It, dedicated to helping people find employability fields and fields that lead, to a higher, what we kind of call a cost benefit. A college degree gets you X amount of dollars versus how much you spend to get it. There's resources to find out all this information. You don't have to just listen to me. But that's a huge thing I see as well. And what I tell people is I'd love for a combination of the two. Yes, I totally get they need to be interested, you know? Great, I'm just gonna throw something out. Let's say accountants are in demand. By the way, they're actually not, so don't do that. But let's say accountants were in demand. And I happen to love accounting. Great, okay, I know that doesn't always work. Or what happens if accountings are in demand, but I don't wanna be an accountant, which would be me. I don't know. If you're an accountant, bless you. I just don't want to do it. That job would just stress me out so much. And so, you know, for me, that's a high employability field, let's say in this case I'm saying it is, but if I don't want to do it, I get that. So I know there's a balance, right? It can't be one or the other. But what I try to do and what we do in our evaluations is try to help our clients find a balance. Find somewhere where you can get that degree that you are interested in with the coursework you are interested in, but also doing it in a field where you can either shift or sidestep to another job, where you have a plan A and a plan B, or you've got a really wide field that you can look at different options. So really start thinking about that as well. Limitations of adult services funding and providers, especially for higher functioning individuals, folks with learning disabilities. I'll give you a good example. In Texas, you can look it up, we have thousands of Medicaid waiver providers. If you're not familiar with what Medicaid waiver is, those are generally state-funded services. Florida has them too. I don't know if they're called the same thing here, but basically state-funded services for people with intellectual disabilities, people that are generally intellectually a little bit lower functioning, not always, but generally not college-bound. And so there's tons of providers doing that work. However, if a parent calls me from, I don't know, Idaho, some state, and they call us in Texas, which happens daily almost, and ask my staff, is there somebody like Bloom Consulting? Is there something like what you guys do in my area? And the answer is usually no. And if you know of somebody or you find someone, please call us back and tell us so we can have that as a resource for families that call. There's just not a lot of folks that work with those higher level individuals. There's just not. And to be honest, a lot of that is institutional and it's history. For a long time, people with disabilities, the focus was on physical disabilities, things that, you know, individuals that were blind, visually impaired, hearing impaired. So part of it is just history. We've had a long time serving those folks, so naturally we have a lot of people doing that work. Unfortunately, I don't see a lot of people coming out and serving the higher functioning populations, and that's a problem. Overemphasis on academics leading to inadequate social independent living and pre-vocational preparation in high school. I have lost count of the number of students and parents that have said, well, you know, we know he needed study skills, we know he needed you know, independent living skills, we know he needed social skills, but you know, he was taking AP classes and he just couldn't fit it in his schedule. And I'm like, you know, I hear you. So AP calculus is definitely so much more important than social skills, right? It was so much better that he has AP calculus. No, you have to really look at, you know, again, I get it. I'm not knocking calculus. It's great, you know. But if you need it, but if you don't need it, what do you need? And a lot of the folks that I've worked with, honestly, they would have been so much better served by getting support for all those other things that have nothing to do with academics. Because unfortunately, now what we have is we have someone out of high school, out of school services, out of K-12, with a lot of academic knowledge, a high IQ, and very few other skills. And they're at home. And so that's a problem. And then parent expectations, I'll talk about my study in a second. And the requirements of competitive work differ from school, and I'll talk about that as well. So my study, with my dissertation, I looked at, I sent out a survey across several states. Really my question was, what is the relationship between parent factors, things that parents are doing or not doing, and the successful employment of adults 26 or older diagnosed with ASD? And I looked at 3 different types of variables. I looked at demographics, things like parent income, education level, gender, ethnicity, kind of traditional stuff every study looks at. Behavioral expectation, or not expectation, excuse me, behavioral, like visible behaviors or observable behaviors, I think that's the word I was looking for. And then psychological factors, and my particular factor was expectations. 92 parents responded from about 48 states, including Hawaii and Alaska. I don't know anything more than that because we kept the study as anonymous as we could. And parental characteristics. With demographics, we did not find a relationship. So some studies have found the relationship between employment and coming from a family that has a higher SES level. My sample at least didn't find that, okay? Now granted, that's 92 people, but in my sample, I didn't see that. Parent behaviors, positive, negative behavior, didn't see a connection there either. However, what we did find is parental expectations did have a meaningful relationship with successful employment. And another way to say that is a parent's positive expectations may actually increase the likelihood of their adult child achieving a successful employment outcome. And I'm going to add something to that makes this really make sense. Regardless of functional level, everything else aside, And the reason I think that's important is, yes, I'm saying that just by believing in the individual, by a parent having higher expectations, chances are statistically your son or daughter is going to achieve at a higher level and is probably going to get employed just by you believing that. You're welcome. Take that home today. I'm serious. Like that's just, you know, and it's been proven. There's statistics. You can read my study. It's not just my opinion. And so really think about that and internalize that. And I think, you know, Beacon, I heard a lot of people talk about empowering students and student-centered and what I love, and that's what I love, and that's what I believe too. So in that vein, really think about that just that act of believing it and those higher expectations really can actually lead to real change. Requirements of competitive work. Now, some of these do overlap with college and do overlap with school, but some of them don't. So socially appropriate work behaviors, okay? There is a lot more tolerance at a school, K-12, and honestly, depends on the college, but some colleges, than there is tolerance in the workplace. So in Texas, and I don't know where Florida is in this, in Texas, being a right-to-work state, you can fire an employee for any reason at any time. You don't even have to give a reason. You can just say you're fired. And I will tell you, many, many times our clients have lost jobs. They were not told why, but I would almost bet you it was for that one. It was that they didn't have socially appropriate work behavior. And an employer doesn't have to tolerate that. That's not a workplace accommodation. Oh, well, you know, he upset one of the customers. Well, he has a disability. They don't care. They don't have to care. That's not what ADA says. They don't have to give them special treatment. So socially appropriate work behaviors is really, really crucial. I don't want to knock my own kind. That sounds weird to say this. But I have met some folks on the spectrum, like myself, very intellectually capable, very, very, you know, very much capable of achieving a lot. And for lack of a better word, they're snobby jerks. And I'm telling you this because I've met some parents and are like, I don't know why my son doesn't have a job. And I'm like, I know, because he's a jerk. And actually, there's another word that starts with an A and ends with an O that I would say is probably more appropriate, but I'm being nice today. So he is. Now, is he smart? Yep. Does he have autism? Yep. But guess what? Some people with autism aren't nice either. That's not exclusive to people that are, you know, neurodiverse or not, or anything like that. There's not a connection, I can promise you. I've worked with many clients, and I've taught students, not a connection. So that's something to consider, is even if you are really capable, you still got to get along with people. You still have to get along with your boss. Ability to perform the essential functions of a job, pretty straightforward. That's kind of, you got to be able to do the job if you're going to get paid to do the job. My boss, the way he puts it, our CEO, Bruce Williams, says, real work for real pay. Employers want to pay real money, so they expect real work, disability or not. They're able to operate independently. A parent's role has to really transition in employment from that of an advocate to an advisor. That is very much the role, and really think about that, advocate to advisor. What does an advocate look like? What does an advisor look like? My parents had to do that with me, and I can't tell you the day they did it or when it happened. It wasn't like a switch. There wasn't like a beautiful light came over me, and I saw a flock of seagulls. No, that happened. I don't know when it happened. But, you know, my parents now have the role, which most of probably your parents do, which is, if, you know, they're with us, is as an advisor, right? Is that, you know, hey, I need advice. Totally appropriate, very much an important role for a parent. Thank God I have my parents to give me good advice. My wife and I bought her first house about 2.5 years ago, and you start throwing out terms like PMI and interest rates and APR versus interest, da-da-da. I'm like, I had my mom like, what does this mean? What does this mean? What does that mean? Are they trying to mess us over? Are they trying to get us? What are they doing? Like, I had all these questions. It's just, you know, again, advisor, right? Able to manage their own time, including breaks, arriving and leaving on time, really crucial. You can't clock in. You can't get to work 4 hours early. You can't clock in, especially if it's a retail job where you're being paid hourly. You know, the employee we had was like, but I'm on time. I'm early. I want to get to work and work hard. And I'm like, man, I hear you. But guess what? Your employer doesn't want to pay for 4 extra hours for you to work from like 4 to 8 when everybody comes in at 8. Like, sorry, like that has to be up to the employer. So you can't be too early. You can't be late either. I can tell you, if it's not for the top one, socially appropriate work behavior, that one there is the other reason a lot of our clients lose jobs or don't get them or don't keep them. Coming in late, coming in too early, usually it's more of the late, it's more of the problem. And then able to perform activities of daily living. My staff and I have a saying, you can come to work and get dirty, but you can't come to work dirty. Think about that. So, give you a good example. From Austin, Texas, Central Texas, it's in the hundreds in the summertime. Fabulous. A little drier than here, so a little better, but not much. And we have clients that'll work outdoors doing something. We actually have a lot of clients. This is, again, we talked about stereotypes with Steve Silverman earlier, who's an amazing person, by the way. His book is incredible. If you haven't read it yet, highly recommend it. You know, there's those stereotypes, right? Well, everybody with ASD is going to be a computer programmer in IT. Some are, but no, not everybody. But it's the same thing here. We actually have a lot of clients. So I have people that will tell me, well, you know, you don't have any clients that want to do outdoor stuff. Yeah, I do. So we actually have clients that love agriculture. We have clients that love forestry, and we actually have one that we work with that wants to landscape golf courses, and I think he's actually going to be amazing at it. Like things like that. No, totally. And so, you know, what we tell them is, hey, you can't come to the job without showering, smelling, without brushing your teeth, having an odor. That's not okay. However, if you work outside in the 110-degree heat and then you get really sweaty, that's okay because you were on the job. And I know that sounds really silly, but that's the norm of a workplace. And a lot of times our clients don't understand that. So what have we tried? And if you have something else that you've tried or anything you want to pipe in, feel free. I've given you a lot of content to consider. Now I'm going to shift as we get towards the end more to questions and discussion. So raise a hand and pipe in if you have something to add. What have we tried? And not just we. By we, I mean a big we. Not just my company, not just me, not just me personally, not just my staff personally. I mean we and folks I've talked to. I've worked with different colleges all over the country. Most of the ones I've worked with are like public schools that aren't like Beacon. They actually basically start a program within their university. And so one of the ones I do a lot of consulting with is Texas Tech University in Lubbock, Texas. I have an amazing program called the CASE program. And so these are things that also I've gotten from them. Placing students in internships. Okay, a lot of colleges do that, both those that specialize in learning differences and those that do not. Definitely can be effective. But the other thing that we've seen is just because they get an internship doesn't mean they keep it. And just because they get an internship doesn't mean they get a job. And especially with a lot of students that we've seen, parents have said, well, you know, we had a good internship experience, but I didn't hire him. Well, a lot of times that could be those unspoken things, socially inappropriate social behavior. Are they going to tell the student, yeah, no, we're not hiring you because you're weird? No, but they definitely, if they can think it and they can not hire you because of it. And actually, the sad part is weird is not a disability, so they actually could tell you that, but they're not going to. Developing relationships with employers, totally worthwhile. The challenge that a lot of providers like I have, though, is not every client wants to do every work or every job out there, right? So there's that challenge of, okay, well, we have to really look at, is it something the client wants to do? Because if they don't want to do it, then I'm developing a relationship with an employer that I may not necessarily need long term. And so for providers, it's not impossible, but it's tougher for us to do that. We have done that. We just, we'll come to parents and say, and we'll have parents say, well, how many relationships with employers do you have? And it's like, well, what kind of employer are you looking for? What kind of interest does your son have? What kind of degree do they have? Because no, I don't have a relationship with one employer or more in every industry available in America. If I did, wow, that'd be awesome. I don't. Coordinating with VR counselors and providers. That is what we've tried that. Sometimes that has worked fabulously. I was talking with some friends at lunch about this earlier. Sometimes that's worked really well. Other times, not really worked at all. Utilizing on-campus services and support such as career services. One of my pet peeves is a lot of the large public schools, I'll talk to them about what I do, right? I'll actually do this presentation. And they say it to me, I can see it in their face. They're like, oh, we got this. We got career services. We have a whole department. Good, check, done. Yeah. And I asked them, so what does your career services department do? Well, we help connect them to jobs. Okay, you mean like Indeed, like the big website that's free for everybody? Okay, cool. And we get them resumes. Yeah, pretty much get that from a lot of different places too, okay? And then what else do you do? We have to workshop every once in a while. Okay, cool, so we got workshops, random workshops. That's what you got. No, and I'm not knocking career services. I know some do a little more than that. I'm just saying, generally speaking, just having a career services department isn't gonna meet the need of someone with a learning difference or a disability, especially if those needs are pretty great. So that's not a checkbox, and that is, like I said, not a frustration with people here. That is a frustration I have with universities, and I'm like, look, I get it, but you're not providing the services they need, so it doesn't matter that you have that. Attending job fairs with students. I have some of the programs I've worked with. They have literally sent their program staff, their learning mentors, their advisors, with the students to job fairs. It can be helpful. It cannot be. I will tell you, for the most part, in 2019. And I see this only getting more extreme as we move forward, hiring decisions aren't made in a job fair. Where are they made? Online. They're made in a portal. for employers. I use one to hire people for my company. I know all about it. That's where those decisions are made. The other place those decisions are made are mixers, social events, outings at a bar, intern fun days, all those different social, high soft skills kind of environments. Decisions are also made there too, even if they're not verbalized. So that's something to consider. I'm not saying don't go to job fairs. Do. Job fairs are a great way to meet an employer and to identify a job and identify an employer. They're great for that. And actually, we do take our students to do just those two things. Many times, not all, but many times though, hiring decisions are not made at a job fair. Now there's exceptions, but they're exceptions. Providing resume, cover letter, and interviewing preparation. A lot of schools do that. A lot of career services departments do that. Can be really useful, but also a pretty common service. You can also get help with, honestly, a lot of these things now online. One of my clients, I was sharing with them, I don't know if you know this, but Microsoft Word now has a resume builder built into it that connects through LinkedIn that'll help you build a really good resume. If you have Microsoft Word, it's already included, free. It's great stuff, good stuff, use it. I'm all about it. So that's actually, we've gotten more and more resources here for all people, all job seekers, which is great. Addressing social skills deficits both formally and informally. So some of the programs we work with do social skills groups. Some of them do peer mentors. Some of them do social events and outings. And they do have mixed results. Some individuals really benefit from those. I think there's definitely value. However, there's a big issue that a lot of folks don't consider. And that is, first, many of the individuals that we work with are not the kind of people that are going to self-identify they have a disability with anybody more than they have to. And even then, they're going to be resistant to that. So many times, they don't want a special friend. I've had this conversation, actually. There's a conference. If you're interested, I highly encourage you to go. It's called the College Autism Network. I'll be there in 2 weeks in Nashville. But basically, it's all these college programs from around the country that serve students with autism that come together and just share stories, information, research. We have a research track. I'm presenting a similar presentation and doing an employment lecture there in 2 weeks. It's can.org, by the way, is the name of the organization. Go look them up. But what I will tell you even there is we've had that same conversation of like, okay, but what if the student doesn't want to be identified? What if the student isn't at Beacon, they're at a public school, and they have autism or a learning disability or dysgraphia or dyscalculia, what have you, and they won't identify? Then how are they going to participate in those events? How are they going to know about them, and are they even going to go even if they did know about them? Really more interesting, and I can go off on a tangent on this, so I'm going to keep it short, but one of the studies presented by Texas Tech, the institution I consult for, they did basically look at all their RAP plans, and without going into a huge kind of side of what a RAP plan is, basically it's they have mentors and they write these like year-long plans and goals for the students that are in their college support program. And they did analysis over, I believe it's 7 or 8 years now that the program's been in existence. And what was interesting is they looked at what goals students brought up. And so RAP plans are student-driven goals. They're like person-centered plans. Okay, the student-driven, the student gets to pick what goals they have, not the parent, not the school, not the college, not the mentor. They just guide. Okay, it's great process, by the way. And what was interesting is they did an analysis of all the types of goals and categories, and came up literally, I believe it was over 1,000 goals, maybe 1,200 goals across all the students in their program across this 8-year period. Guess what percentage of the goals were about disclosure and self-determination, like sharing about their disability? Guess what percent? Less than 1%. Less than 1. And as a researcher, Wes Dotson, the PhD that runs the program and that coordinates their autism center, he said, what does that mean? That means that by and large, our students don't want to talk about their disability. They don't want to disclose it to the whole world. And that's where that last thing can be a really big issue. You know, he said when the program first started, we tried peer mentors. They don't want a special friend. They don't want, they don't want that. They don't want to be identified in that way. So it's just, again, I know that was a long aside, but really think about that, because we have to be careful when we're preparing these types of workplace supports. I'm a big believer, as it was shared earlier today, in universal design. Why? Because universal design is for all students. It's for all people. It's things that help everyone. Universal design is a great remedy to the problem I'm describing, because it doesn't focus on doing special things for special students. And we really, really have to be careful with that, because I see a lot of students that won't accept help or won't come to an awesome place like Beacon because, they're like, well, that's a place for people with learning disabilities. That's a place for people with learning differences. And I get that's a student issue, right? But it's an issue, and it's a common one. So really looking at, and I think Beacon does an amazing job in being a college first and then being that support, but some places don't, and you really have to think about that. So that's a big, I'm thinking about it too now. I'm like, we could spend a long time thinking about that. It's a big, big thing to consider. Potential solutions. So I'll talk a little bit about pre-employment transition services that my staff and I do. It's one solution, it's not the solution. There is no the solution to anything. Utilizing vocational assessment tools to guide students, I talked about that. You know, the problem is it's actually quite hard to find vocational evaluation providers. We have families call us from all over the country that don't know of one near them, and they end up flying to Texas to work with us, not because we want to. Right now we have a waiting list of about 3 months because we have so many, but they just can't find anybody else. Educating employers through direct training or partnering with other organizations or providers, kind of like what we do, but also Integrate, the company I talked about earlier. I definitely check them out. By the way, to find them, I don't know their website address, but if you Google Integrate and autism, then you'll find it's the first result in Google. And I know because that's how I find the website. So, advocating for VR policy change, funding, and additional services beyond job placement, supported employment. We've come a long way, at least in Texas. I don't know about other states. Rewind 10 years ago, and VR meant, oh, you want to get a job at X grocery store. You want to get a job in retail, right? That's what we do. You know, although people didn't say that, that is the reality of what was happening 99% of the time. However, in those 10-year period, we have a lot of different services now. So for instance, in Texas, our VR agency will pay for ABA therapy to work on workplace-related behaviors. Now, it's not long-term. It's not years long. It's limited visits, of course, just like anything else, right? But they will pay for it. And 10 years ago, they did not pay for it. And it's a huge win that we got that. We actually have a parent who is now working for our VR system that has been an amazing advocate to get that through. We also have social skills classes. So now if our VR counselors can refer a group of students with various learning disabilities, autism, it doesn't have to be any specific disability, they can refer them to us to get social skills training that is vocationally relevant, vocationally based. That also 10 years ago really didn't happen. So we're making progress, but that's definitely still another piece. And then utilizing your own staff or high-quality providers to provide additional services for your students. And so I'll talk about pre-ETS as something we do, or tongue-tied today. Pre-employment transition services. Part of it, these are great presentations. I'm still thinking about what everybody else talked about earlier, and now I'm mixing it in my head with my stuff. But good stuff to think about. But so there's other ways to do that, and obviously other options too. And we'll do some, I want to leave some time for questions, and we can kind of go over some options and things you guys want to ask and share. So do you know about WIOA and pre-TS? So anybody, if I can get a show of hands, who in here has heard of WIOA, the Workforce Innovation Opportunity Act, and or pre-ETS? Raise your hand if you've heard of it. Wow, a couple people, one or two. Okay, good. I'm glad I'm telling you this then. So our government actually, for once, did recognize that this is an issue. This problem of underemployment for people with various learning differences and disabilities, it is a huge issue. And so they reauthorized the 1973 Act, which was WIOA, Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act. And one of its requirements, and there's many, I'm not going to go through all of them for time's sake, and because it is after lunch and you would fall asleep. But one of those requirements is vocational rehabilitation agencies, every state, okay, Florida included, have to set aside at least 15% of their federal funds to provide pre-employment transition services to students with disabilities who are eligible or potentially eligible for VR services. So pre-ETS is pre-employment transition services. The federal government, basically as part of this legislation, the RSA, the Rehab Services Administration, as well as DOE, Department of Education, passed down these 5 domains and said, these are the 5 domains that students with various disabilities at all different levels, these are 5 common domains that we want to address and that we know they need. And when I read them, you'll understand. And so we have job exploration counseling, so figuring out what degree you're going to get, figuring out what job you're going to get, exploring job opportunities, job options, right, just like it sounds. Work-based learning on site. That's where a client, or we're training a student or training an individual, doing some type of service where we're training them on a real workplace environment. Counseling on post-secondary opportunities. Looking at places like Beacon, looking at public universities, private universities, programs, technical schools. There's a whole list of goals under each of these that I could go through, but I won't for time. Workplace readiness. That is the one that we spend most of our time addressing. And that is because it's where soft skills lie. It's where some of the real common things like resumes, cover letters, soft skills, interviewing strategy, all that comes under that 4th domain of workplace readiness. By the way, again, these aren't Texas domains, these are federal things. And then self-advocacy, okay? That's the fifth domain. Very, very important as well for many reasons, as we talked about earlier. That connection between self-advocacy, self-determination is very strong. To qualify, and this is a federal requirement, students have to be age 14 to 22. A common issue is parents say, well, what if they're over 22? Well, they could get support, but not through this particular funding source. This particular funding source, the Fed said 14 to 22. They have to be enrolled in secondary or post-secondary education, some type of school. People ask me all the time, does it have to be accredited? No, it just has to be some type of post-secondary education or secondary education. So K-12, post-secondary ed of some kind. And then they have to be receiving special ed services or 504 services due to a diagnosed disability. Those are the three basic requirements that the feds have for any student getting services through this. And by the way, every state tweaks it a little bit and changes maybe some words and adds an and in or a the in or takes a word out because every state has to, I guess, put their touch on it. But this is the basics. I just gave you kind of the core things that are a part of that. Well, what does all that gook lead to? What it leads to is once that act was reauthorized under the Obama administration, it was about the last year of his term. It took a while, of course, because, right, it's all got to trickle down. But all that money, that next fiscal year came down, and they said, okay, Texas, Florida, Wisconsin, Connecticut, all these places, you need to spend 15% of your funds, your total VR budget, on these services. Well, in a state like Vermont or New Hampshire or Rhode Island, it's not a lot of money, maybe. In Texas, it's $37 million. It's a lot. And you have to spend that $37 million, again, just referring to Texas because I happen to know the figure. You have to spend it on just those services. So spend it. Well, the challenge with VR is you have to have providers that can do a service to be able to spend it. And so 2.5 years ago, our state agency in Texas put out a proposal and said, hey, with this money, with these domains, you tell us how you're going to prepare students with disabilities for college and career. Tell us. Okay? You just tell us. We're giving you the goals. You tell us how you're going to do it. So at the time, I was ecstatic about this opportunity. As a former special ed teacher who came into transition, got my master's because I love this field and I love helping people with disabilities succeed as adults, I was like, this is it. Like, this is a huge answer. It's not the answer, but it's a huge answer to the problem we have, that pre-workforce preparation, right? So I wrote up a proposal. I told my boss about it. He said, yep, send it in. I thought I was going to do one of these camps, is what we call them, one of these 2-week programs. We cover 25 objectives in those 5 domains. I thought I was going to do one of them. Program got approved. First year, we did 3. The next year, we did 25 in 2 states. And this year, we'll see how it goes. It's just October. It'll be probably many more than that even by May. That's why we actually have offices in Nevada and in Houston now. And what's been amazing about that is we've literally now helped hundreds of students, and hopefully hundreds more, get this kind of this pre-work training. And I don't have it in here just because it wouldn't really look good in a slide, but if you go on our website and look at On the Right Track, which is the name of our program, you can look up the 25 goals I'm talking about, and I would, and here's why. Because these are things you can address with your student. These are things that Beacon College staff can address with students. These are things that any K-12 school can address with students. And they're not big things. Some of them are like resume development, things that I know people are already doing. But then some of them are a little more, I don't know if we're hitting that, or we're not hitting as hard as we should. So check it out. Look at those goals. It doesn't have to be our program that provides the instruction, but the instruction is definitely needed. And we're working with other state VRs. So we did it in Texas that first year. We got contacted by the state of Nevada's, basically their head transition person at the state level. They asked us to bring our programs and services to Nevada, and that's why we're there now. And it's went extremely well. If you look on our Google webpage, a lot of the reviews are from parents that have done the program. And honestly, it was a crazy summer, made it totally worth it. We had parents share, I mean, actually just go on there and read them, because I can't even do them justice because I'm not the parent. But wrote it just about what the camp meant to their son or daughter, what they learned. We had parents talking about their son or daughter getting jobs. We talked parents talking about that they didn't know what they wanted to do for college, and they finally, through the camp, found what the major they want to pursue, and they didn't think they were ever going to find that. Like, really amazing, amazing stuff. Because again, these skills aren't rocket science. You're going to read, honestly, the 25 goals, and you're going to say what most people say to me, which is, James, everybody needs these. I know. Tell your congressman. We'd love to do them for everybody because they are needed. Those are things everybody needs. Unfortunately, right now, 14 to 22 with a disability and a student is where we have a funding source and a contract. But really, really, just can't say that enough. We have the program I was telling you about, Texas Tech University's Burkhardt Center for Autism. They actually did a 1-week camp, and the difference between theirs and ours is we don't do overnight, we don't do residential, and they do. So they actually have the students stay in a dorm overnight and did a 1-week camp. They also didn't cover as many goals as we did. I think they covered like 20 goals instead of the full 25, but the big difference was the residential piece. My staff and I, we're not a college or university, so we don't have access to dorms, things like that. It's also just messy, so that's why. But that's another option. And there's other options out there. I'm sure, I don't know about the pre-ed services in Florida. I'm sure there are some happening here. I don't know about them, but I'm sure there are. Again, every state has to have some type of service. And just so you know, they look differently. So some of these services can be a university actually themselves directly, like, I'm just going to pick a school that I've heard of, University of Central Florida, just because I've happened to have heard of it. They could say, hey, VR, we want to do a program. So it can be the university themselves. Public schools can actually get funding and do the program themselves. Do they? No, because they're too busy doing K-12 education. Which I've tried to explain to friends at RSA at the federal level, and they don't seem to understand that. I'm like, you know how busy special ed teachers are? They don't need more. Even with money, they don't need more. So that doesn't happen often, but the colleges are definitely doing some services. And then providers like us, there's also some big nonprofits you've heard of, people like Goodwills. It depends on the, Goodwills are different everywhere, but some Goodwills do services in their area. Easter Seals, some of the Easter Seals in Texas do pre-ed services. Just depends on the provider, depends on the area. But some really, really good services and support that I think are really incredible and kind of key to that piece of what we're looking for. Okay, Daryl, you keep me on track with questions, because I could talk a lot. By the way, I'm on the panel, so if we don't get to your questions, it's not a big deal. You can always just ask me later. So I'm not going anywhere. But yeah, I guess let me end with this just because I want to leave you with something, kind of a nugget to take home, and then we'll go to questions. Keep your mind open. This is not the end of the journey. Beacon College is an amazing place. They can't live with them forever. They can't live in Daryl's office. I mean, I'm sure he'd be nice about it, but come on. No, like, this is not the end of the journey. This is honestly, I think of it as the middle, right? You had K-12 as a start, college is the middle, career and employment is maybe you could say the last step, although some people could argue, turning 65, maybe that's its own step. I don't know, we're not gonna go into that. But we're just gonna say that this is not the end. And so really think about that, and think about what degree are they getting? Is it employable? If it's not, have that conversation with them. They need to have that conversation with an advisor. They need to look at what options are out there. There's a lot of amazing opportunity. Florida's a large state with a really nice, diverse employer base, so you guys have lots of options here. Tell you, I go to places in rural Texas. I'm not joking. There's a city in rural Texas I spoke at, and I asked the person that is school district special ed director who invited me. I said, so what jobs are around here? She's like, well, and I'm sorry, East Texas. Well, we have a chicken plant, and most people work there. And I'm like, oh, okay. What else? A gas station? But there's only 2 guys on duty, so there's not a lot of jobs. She wasn't joking. I'm like, okay, got it. So that's a different story. You don't have that issue. You're close to a large metropolitan area, especially here. A lot of you guys have students from larger cities, so you've got some employment options. Really look at them. Last thing is, really stay focused. I don't expect your son or daughter to be like me. Please don't. I tell people, I can barely handle one James Williams. My wife only wants one too. Let's not add more. I don't need another me. Please, just don't. But what I would say is if I can be successful in their chosen field, in their area, they can too. I was also an individual who was told, my parents were told that I would not be successful, told that I'd be lucky if I got out of college. I went through those same really disheartening conversations. My parents, to this day, are, I'm not going to say shocked because that implies that they didn't believe me. They did, but are still pleasantly surprised all the time when I tell them about things that I'm doing. They know, like, hey, they had high expectations, and they really did. My parents pushed me every step of the way, which is a lot of why I did my study. It's very personal. So thank you guys so much. Questions? Oh, yeah, in class too. And it can be about anything, not just my content. If you want to ask about relationship, anything that I can answer, I'm happy to answer. Mike, yeah.
Thank you. Is the burden on the student to get the funding, or I mean, if you're here and you're
it's kind of unusual. So it depends. That's a fantastic question. Depends on every state. I'll tell you how it works in Texas. It may be different here, but I can tell you, it rolls very easily. Okay, good to know. In Texas, basically how it works is we actually work with, it's like a triangle. We work with the school, who then lets the parents know they're going to offer it, who then, and the school then connects them to VR or vice versa. So it's like a triangle, and it's like VR funds it, school provides space or gets the word out to families, and then we provide the service. So that's how it works in Texas. And I'll give you an example, though. In Nevada, it's actually a different way. In Nevada, if they meet those requirements for those services, we actually can do a reverse referral, meaning we can go find them and talk to schools, and then go build the state later after the fact. So those two states themselves are very different. I don't know about Florida. I don't know how Florida's referral process is, but you know, all of the services we provide, families do not pay for them. We build the state, we build the VR agency, so they're not paying anything for those services. As you can imagine, that's part of why, you know, after I say this, you're gonna laugh, but when my boss was like, you didn't expect the program to be big? And I was like, no. He's like, it's 2 free weeks of summer camp. What parent says no to that? I was like, good point, good point. So yeah, I mean, like I said, there's not a burden on the family. I have had families that have like gone to their VR counselor and gone the other way, and like the family, let's say, heard me at a conference, which I do a lot of conferences when I have time, and they'll then go to the counselor, and so sometimes that will work too. I don't know Florida's process or what state you're from, but it's generally something like that in every state.
See that you're associated with George Mason. So are you going to have one of these in Virginia?
I would love to. So I'm an adjunct professor, and I have a really good contact who actually is a part of the CAN planning committee with me for the College Autism Network I talked about earlier. I'm working on it. Yes, I'd love to. I really would love to. And Virginia, yes, I would love to. It's in the thinking stage where we're trying to move it forward. We plan on branching out. You know, we started in Texas. In 1 year, we already went to Nevada and went to another city in Texas. So I'm sure it's just a matter of time. But I would love to.
My son's 21, so can you hurry?
Oh, okay. I'll hurry. I'll let them know. I got somebody. He needs to get in now. I will tell you the good thing is at least in Texas VR, as long as the individual applied and got the service approved prior to 22, it didn't matter if they turned it after the service started. At least, and we have had that happen several times, where the parents are like pressuring the counselor, sign the paperwork today, because they want to get them in. But yes, I will do my best. Good to know.
Thanks.
Other questions?
I actually have a question.
Yes, definitely.
This past summer, my son applied for a job with AMC movie theaters because they have the Focus program.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And after, because everything's online and they have like a whole questionnaire and
pretty intense.
Questions repeat themselves but in different ways. And it was all about like social skills, really. Mm-hmm. Like what's right, what's wrong. Even if, you know, something is happening, should you do X, Y, and Z, whatever it was. And I actually kind of thought about it afterwards and was like, maybe he shouldn't have applied through that program, because I actually feel like we never heard back. But would that stand in the way he answered those questions?
Yes.
Okay.
I will tell you, and I'm going to keep my response very short. I detest pre-hiring screenings. Detest them. I personally believe that they're illegal. They haven't been proven to be illegal yet, but I want an attorney who would fight it, and I would love to support that. The reason why is a lot of employers use them, and what ends up happening is many people, not all, but many, I'd say that's a fair assumption, many people with disabilities get screened out from ever getting a job before they ever even talk to the employer, because they don't answer those the right way. But does that mean that person who's been screened out wouldn't be a good employee? No, it doesn't mean that. So I think it's a form of discrimination. That's my opinion. That said, people ask me, well, James, how do you get around it? And I've told employers this, by the way, and so it's not a mystery. You can tell anybody you want. We help our clients take the test. I've talked to managers and said, what do you want to hear? Because they're a great employee. If you give them a shot, how do we get them? How are you going to give them a shot? Tell us what you want them to say. And we have, actually. And you'd be shocked. Some managers hate them, too. And they'll be like, oh, just tell them to click mostly Bs and then Cs at the end. I had an employer that told me that, a manager. Because he's like, I really need help, and he's great, and I'd love to hire him. But you know what he told me? This was at Walgreens. The reason that, and I have to say it like that because my dad's a store manager in Texas, so I have to, and he's been one for 30 years, but he's about to retire, so I guess it doesn't matter anymore. They can't do anything to him. But it was at Walgreens, and what's funny is the manager told me, even if I want to hire him, even if I interview him, if he doesn't get a certain score on that test, I can't consider him. The computer will not let me pick him. And so and again, which tells you right there, there's a problem with those tests. But he said, like, here, do this, because I want to give him a shot. So sometimes you get great managers, great employers like that, but I do unfortunately think it does make an effect. And that's why, one of the things we talk about with our clients, and by the way, our clients sit down in front of the computer, they take them, it's just our staff do it with assistants because we don't want them to get knocked out of a job just because they can't click A versus B. It's ridiculous. But one of the challenges we tell a lot of our clients is don't think about what you would do, you have to think about what they want you to say. Like what is the most, and many times it's the PC answer. It's the PC answer is what it is. It's because everybody is multicultural and cuddly and butterflies and rainbows and unicorns. And because that's not really life, but that's what they're looking for. So we tell our clients, think about that. In the perfect world, answer that way. And so, that's a huge barrier. What I would do is do what we did. If you're, I don't know, as a parent, you've got to be careful with your role. But like as a provider, like I said, we've gone and advocated with the manager and said, look, we've got this guy. He really wants to work here. Here's his qualifications. We think he'd be incredible. Will you work with us? And as you know, that one manager was like, yeah, I really need people, and he seems great. So he worked with me. So that's a tough one. Question? Yes, ma'am. That's okay.
Were you always comfortable in public speaking?
No.
And okay, what did you do to do that? Because that's a big
lots of
challenge
practice.
from
So I
most of the
started
kids.
presenting when I was a senior in high school I just became a senior at a weird birthday, at like 17, 18. So it gives you an idea of how long I've been presenting. I'm 32 now. My first 5 years, I was sweaty, shaking, a lot of Under Armour perspiration, very gross. It's just it is what it is, very gross. And like I very much was. A lot of it with me is practice. Also, it's therapy. So people tell me all the time. So I used to go see a counselor, and you know what I realized one day? I was saying, this is actually after my wife and I got married. And I told her, I said, I don't think I need to see my counselor anymore. And she's like, why? You love her. And I was like, yeah, I do. She's really nice. I said, but you know what? If I just present, I tell them the same stuff. And it's just as freeing. And sometimes they pay me doing it. So I did. And that's what it is now is I think I tell people when I present, I'm thinking about what I'm saying, and it helps me. I adjust myself. So in a way, it's been therapeutic for me. And I do people ask me, what is your favorite presentation to do? The one that's most therapeutic, and you're going to laugh when I tell you which one it is. My wife and I do a joint keynote. My wife is a high school choir director. She does not have a disability. At least that's not this diagnosed, but I'm biased because I'm her husband and I can't diagnose her. It's a different story. Not that I haven't tried. I have, but not appropriate. And she had to pull out my own ethics on me once. It was really funny. And I'm like, dang it, you read that book? How did you even know we had that book? And so, but one of the funny things is her and I will do a presentation just about our experiences dating and getting married, and it's an hour and a half of me laughing at myself and us laughing at each other. But it's a really great presentation, and same thing, like I love that. It's super freeing, and I feel like when I give that presentation, people get a really good understanding of just how quote-unquote normal our relationship actually was. The things that I complain about, all those things, every wife complains about those things. Every husband complains about those things. And so for me, it's very, what's the word I'm looking for? It's very self-actualizing. It's very like, oh, it's common experiences, I get it. So that's a lot of it. And I'd say about 5 years in doing it, I just realized that. It kind of hit me one day at a presentation. And then I was like, there's nothing to be afraid of. Like these people want to hear me. They're interested in what I have to say. So let's, what's the worst that can happen? And I also remind myself of this. If I mess up, most of these people I'm probably never going to see again, so who cares? One thing my wife said, she's like, I have a rule. I don't present close to home. No, I'm just kidding. But that's something just to consider. People ask me too, do I have a routine? So you'll notice today, I'm just going to point out my routine. When I go to conferences, I normally sit in the back before I present. Daryl knows because he was sitting with me today. Thanks for being my buddy, Daryl. And so I sit back there, not because I'm being antisocial, but it's because I have a people meter, and I have to reserve it in the morning so I can use it today. Does that make sense? And I'm very conscious of that. I can tell you after the presentation today, I will probably go back to my hotel room, turn all devices off, and fall asleep because I have to recharge. It's just who I am, but I'm very self-aware of that now, so I know and I know when to pull myself out of a situation. Like my wife knows when I withdraw, there's a reason. It's because my meter's spent and I just can't do it anymore. Bathrooms are great. Just not all of them smell great. It's kind of the problem, but sometimes, like people, we have clients that are like, well, he's in the bathroom. And I'm like, yeah, he's decompressing. Give him a second, man. Don't rush him. Like he needed a break. So again, that self-awareness is crucial. And that has come from literally, being 32 and just having decades and decades, just learning all that. When I was 12, I was a very quiet kid. I had no friends, very socially awkward. I usually said the wrong thing, never the right thing. In fact, when I started saying the right thing, it was kind of odd. My mom was like, what? You didn't say anything inappropriate, man. It was kind of the other way. So I've come a long way. I also had a lot of interventions. So I had social skills training, speech pathology. I had occupational therapy that took my handwriting from can't read it at all to, wow, still awful, but kind of can make out a letter. And that, I mean, now I'm a doctor, so it's not a big deal. But before I was, it was just not it was a problem. So good, somebody got that joke. You know, it's just something to think about, but it's been an evolution for sure, right? I was not a ham from you know, the day I was born. I also, and this is interesting because I guess I married a choir director, but I have a lot of the arts, and particularly music is something that's very relaxing to me. I love musicals because they're very expressive, and I actually tell people a lot of the sayings I use come from musicals. It's kind of a problem though, because constantly there's a song for every situation in life, and my wife gets really tired of me quoting every line of everyone, of everything you've ever heard, and it's because it's an expression for me, and it's like, oh, so in the musical when they did this, that kind of makes sense to me of why you're saying this now. Like we actually went and saw a play in New York, and then I asked my wife at dinner afterwards, I was like, so when you've told me this, kind of like they just said today, did you mean what the play meant, or did you mean something else? And she's like, nope, I meant what the play meant. I'm like, okay, good to know. Only 10 years to figure that out. So, you know, just stuff like that. I think there's a lot of, I'm constantly checking myself and looking at, okay, what am I doing? How are people reacting? The big thing too, I'm sorry, this is a really long answer, but it's a passionate question I have, or a passionate response that I really feel strongly about. A lot of it I tell my clients is that self-awareness, but also looking at how other people respond. So for example, I talk a lot when I've taught social skills for years, and I tell my clients, how do you present yourself? Are you attracting people? We use the magnet. Are you attracting people? Are you repelling people? If you're repelling people, look at how do you tell you're repelling somebody? And we have a list of things, frowns, backing up chair, turning body away. Like we have all the different nonverbals and verbals. I can write them out on a list. Fun list, by the way. Because some people do it, and I know that's not why they're doing it, and I'm like, well, they have their own social issues. That's not your problem. But that's a whole different conversation. But and it's like, no, they don't have a disability. They're just weird. It's fine. But you know, that piece there, looking at those nonverbals, I teach a lot of my clients. I was like, I look at how someone responds, determines my next statement, my next word, my next phrase, and some of them are just baffled by that because they respond. They don't do that. Like they just spit it out. Everything just comes out, and it's like, no. Pause, see response, then spit. Pause, see response. It's kind of that idea of conversation, right? So I think that's a lot of it too, is it's self-awareness, but then it's also awareness of the environment and how people respond. And it's like, ooh, if someone is giving you some of these signals that they're not liking what you're saying or that they're disengaged, that's not a good thing, and here's why. Sorry, it's a really long response. Some of it was services. Some of it was my parents. Some of it was observing, quote unquote, neurotypical interaction. People watching, if you will. I did a lot of that at malls when I was a teenager. And I was like, how did these other 16-year-olds respond to their friends? And so I listened to the words they used and the motions they made and the high fives and things like that. And then I started doing that. Of course, granted, some of those things, I'm like, I'm not doing that because that would not be good. My mom will get mad at me. But like some of those things, particularly I would go to cursing. One day, it was kind of funny. I don't use profanity very often. And my mom knew that I had been people watching too much because I said the F word, and I never say that word, ever, even today. And she knew, you can't go to the mall anymore. Because that's the issue, right, though, is sometimes I didn't also, like, I kind of knew that one. I just got emotional and kind of slipped. But I knew, like, oh, that one, I'm like, but this one kid was really mad, and he said, F that. And so my mom said something I didn't like, and I said, F that. That did not go over near as well, though. Matter of fact, I think I lost my car or something for 2 weeks or something. But no, so like a lot of that too is that it's the failure and the learn. And I think that's to end my response to your question, and yes, it is a very long response, sorry Daryl. But is that a lot of times what the best learning and the best teaching comes from failure. It's one of the biggest mistakes I think a lot of parents make, and educators too, we do it too, is we don't let students fail, they don't learn, and then they don't know. And so that failure is crucial. I believe full-heartedly that I've learned so much more in my life from failure than I ever have from success. Success is easy. Oh, I did it. Oh, I got an A. I get A's all the time. Not a big deal. And it's not, because I've always gotten A's. I wouldn't expect anything less of myself. But the failure in terms of like social relationships or my poor first relationships. Oh gosh, before my wife, not her. I spared those other women, spared her the pain. But like knowing how I messed up there taught me how to do it better. And that's something that I really couldn't have learned without experiencing and without people in my life, my parents even, allowing me to fail. Okay, so awesome.
I have I'm Jesse Riddle with Vocational Rehabilitation in
Awesome.
Florida.
Hey,
So
yay.
I supervise the Lake and Sumter office in this area, and been working up here for about 4 years. So I can kind of go into a little bit about the services and the process and stuff like that. But you can always check out our website, which is rehabworks.org, and that'll give you a list of offices, the services, and give you a breakdown of how the process and stuff works. So, but just to touch on a lot of different things. The pre-employment services are available to those that are 14 and older, with the WIOA. And what we notice is that we have the services, we have the providers. It's just getting outreach and getting the parents, getting the students to participate. We have some excellent schools in the area that do refer a lot of their students. And then we have other schools where I think I got like 2 from one school last year with the entire school. And it's like there's the barrier between vocational rehab getting to the individuals with the disabilities, and then, getting the parents and the individual to actually participate, once you get them there.
Definitely.
But we do a variety of different things. It's funny you mentioned Walgreens, because we do, in this area, have the Walgreens Ready program to where...
We have it in Texas. Yep.
Oh, you do? Yep.
Yeah.
So you're familiar with that, which for the individuals, they can go in and work at Walgreens. They do a on-the-job training. It could be varied from 1 month to a couple months. And then they have the opportunity, if they do well enough, if they have an opening, they can get hired directly based off, their performance and everything like that. But with the high school students as well, we do a variety of on-the-job training. We have all the self-advocacy, the work-based learning experience. So it's all those activities that they can get while they're in middle school and high school. Because there is a deficit, I think, when you have those individuals that miss all of that. And of course, like, the law has changed recently within the last 3 or 4 years. So like you said before, they weren't typically available until they graduated high school. But we do a lot of different services with the county. We actually have the school board where we do the work-based learning experience with one of our high schools. So the students that are in those self-contained classrooms, they actually get out during the day and they're able to go and work at the city and different businesses in the area, so they can actually get the skills and they can get the communication. They work with the actual employees, so they have that variety of training, and then eventually they move on to whatever else their employment might be. But they can do that after school hours, weekends, so the services are there. It's just getting people to apply and bringing them into the office. And what we do as well is that we go to the middle schools, the high schools. We have our counselors that go in and sit there and meet them with the parents at the school, so they don't have to take the time out of their day and take them out of school to make it more accessible than driving to our office. So, we're at the schools every month, and, we're active in there, but just getting the referrals from them can be difficult sometimes.
Definitely. One, there's 2 things I would add to what you said, and one of them is Virginia is one of them, and as we talked about earlier, we actually, and I forget her name, she's in Tallahassee, but we talked to somebody at your state VR, it's like your person over transition for state VR. I forget her name. She's a wonderful lady, but and we actually would love to bring the program here. I need to touch base with her because at the time the provider thing wasn't open, but at some point when it is, we definitely would love to bring it here. Okay, January. There we go. Know when to look. Because that would be something we'd want to do. But he's right. We've actually seen the same thing in Texas. It's either feast or famine. So like for instance, we had one school district in Northwest Austin who the counselor basically put it out to the schools, send us students, and we got a list of 50 students, like 50 students, all qualified, all eligible, and it took. Thankfully, we had months and it worked out. But we've got that, and then we actually have had services where the counselor wanted us there. The school even provided a space for us to host the service. Everybody was on board. We could not get families to send students. We could not, and I don't know why. I think part of it is we've noticed in some of our really rural areas, and I imagine a similar thing in Florida, is families don't know what they don't know, and they don't know what it is. So like we would tell families, I started to have my staff, I would tell them like, just tell them you're gonna help their son or daughter get a job. Like this training is to help them get a job. And I think a lot of it, like they hear pre-ESS and like, what's that? Why is that important? Why do I need to take time out of my day to fill out this form? Because it's really important because, you know, da-da-da. And it's funny, but what we've learned is once the education piece is there and the parents know, like I had one parent that I said, basically our camp is so your son or daughter can get a job, have a better chance of keeping that job, and can stay off your couch. And man, when I told her that, she's like, I'll sign whatever you want. And so once parents get that, they get it, but I found the same thing. It's either they get it or they're like, what? Nah, I'm not doing that. It's kind of that, and there's nowhere in between. So I understand your pain. I definitely do. Okay, any other questions? I know we're probably getting close to time. Questions? I can't see with the light that well, so I'm going to do questions.
All right, I think
Okay,
that's it.
awesome.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. James Williams.
Thank you.
Folks, let's get started with our final presentation of the day, the panel discussion. I am a recovering journalist, so I've got a whole bunch of questions here for the panel. By turns topical and practical, our panel will hopefully explore a lot of pertinent ground, which I anticipate will be a robust discussion. I will pose a round of questions to our panel and then pause after that round of questions to answer some from the audience, and then we will repeat the cycle. But you may have noticed earlier that there are some lovely cards on the table that say questions on it, which no one has used. And if I don't use them, my lovely colleague is going to throttle me because she took a long time to develop those. So what I'm going to have you do is put together your questions, jot them down, and my other lovely colleague in the back will be coming around the table to pick them up, and she will bring them to me, and I will read them in the effort to be more time efficient. So with that, let's get after it. Our panel today consists of Dr. Brent Bettit, who is head of school at the Fletcher School and director of the Rankin Institute. Dr. Bettit is a magna cum laude graduate of Dartmouth College in English Language and Literature. He later received his doctorate in education at Fielding Graduate University. With a long career in education, Dr. Bettit's experiences have been comprehensive and impressive. Although he spent nearly 3 decades at Landmark College, the world's first college for students with learning disabilities, his experience in education has been wide-ranging. While at Landmark, Bettit held many senior management positions, but he also has taught at the elementary, middle, and high school levels. His diverse career has included serving as director of operations for a construction company, founding a technology company, and working as a journalist for a national magazine. Dr. Bettit held the position of Deputy Executive Director for Educational Affairs of the King Salman Center for Disability Research in Saudi Arabia, overseeing the Academic Training Division. Please welcome Dr. Bettit to the panel. Our next panelist is Dr. Alexa Posney, former Senior Vice President of State and Federal Programs for Renaissance Learning. She has 4 decades of experience in education, spanning from classroom teacher at the elementary, middle, and high school levels to Assistant Secretary of the Office of Special Education and Rehabilitative Services in the U.S. Department of Education, confirmed by the Senate, to Commissioner of Education for the Kansas State Department of Education. Prior to that, she was appointed as the Director of the Office of Special Education Programs for the U.S. Department of Education, was the Deputy Commissioner of Education with the Kansas State Department of Education, State Director of Special Education, Director of Special Education for the Shawnee Mission School District, and Director of the Curriculum and Instruction Specialty Option as a part of the Title I Technical Assistance Center network of TACs across the United States. I'm out of breath after all that. Thank you. Dr. Posney has received numerous awards, including most recently the Distinguished Alumni Achievement Award from the University of Wisconsin-Madison, the Lifetime Achievement Award from University of Wisconsin-Stevens Point, and the Martha J. Fields Award of Excellence, an award that is presented to an individual who has made extraordinary contributions to the NASDSE organization, its mission and goals. And I'll add this too, Dr. Posney was a 2012 recipient of an honorary doctorate from Beacon College. Please welcome Dr. Alexa Posney to the panel. Our next panelist is Dr. Wanda Hadley. She's an associate professor of higher education leadership in the Department of Educational Leadership, Research, and Technology at Western Michigan University. Hadley focuses her research on the academic adjustment issues first-year students with learning disabilities experience in their transition to college through the lens of a student development theory. In 2015, in honor of the 25th year of the Americans with Disabilities Act, Dr. Hadley was recognized by the American College Personnel Association as one of the 25 scholars in the United States conducting research about college students with learning disabilities. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Wanda Hadley. And you've met our other panelist already. Yes, I'm not going to read that whole thing, but he is Dr. James Williams, Chief Operating Officer and Pre-ETS Director at Bloom Consulting. Let's welcome Dr. Williams to the panel. All right, now most of you guys probably are already aware of some of this information, but for our viewers who are watching on live stream, I'd like to start with a baseline for today's discussion. Dr. Hadley, can you clear up the confusion between the terms learning disability and learning difference? Are they synonymous?
I think learning differences is a new term that's really kind of taking a more user-friendly approach to learning disabilities. Much like the act in the 90s that moved people first to recognize the person rather than the disability. So moving from a disabled student to a student with a learning disability. So it's more of a politically correct term, if you will.
All right. Next question. Dr. Williams, in one recent survey, 7 out of 10 educators, parents, and the public wrongly conflated learning disabilities with mental retardation. The question is, what is the reality in general regarding the intelligence of students with learning disabilities?
Wow, you gave me that one. Wow, and by the way, I get close to the mic. My high school choir director, my wife always tells me, eat the mic. So I always eat the mic. It's just, yeah. Wow, I'm sorry, I have to process that too. I was like, geez. So at least with research, I mean, we don't have that connection. You have individuals with learning differences, various disabilities. IQ is kind of, I always tell people, separate it from a disability. And the reason I tell you to do that is because there isn't a lot of connection. I've seen a lot of folks that don't have an intellectual disability, but have some other challenges. And I think it's just kind of a common, some of it I think is the root of our disability movement, is we started out thinking of disability as either physical or intellectual. And now we really broaden the scope of disability to be, honestly, almost so broad it's hard to even understand it all. But for that reason, that there's really not that connection there. I mean, I've worked with individuals that have perfectly average IQs in terms of how they test. If you were to give them like a Stanford Binet or some basic test, they're going to be in the average range. But very specific issues, let's say with dysgraphia, can certainly kind of challenge how that's going to present. Speaking specifically to individuals that maybe have like an autism spectrum diagnosis, I've had some individuals that really, and there's actually some research to support this, generally don't reliably test on IQ. There actually can be shifts in IQ, which if you know anything about IQ, that's not supposed to happen. It's supposed to be relatively static. And so I think, honestly, this is what I tell my staff all the time, I think we all put way too much stock into IQ, way too much stock into it. I think there's just so many other things that are there, and the connections between them really, there isn't really a connection beyond, I think, the connection that we all perceive. That makes sense?
Well, thank you, Dr. Williams. And I should have mentioned to the panel, if you choose and want to follow up on any question, please feel free to do so. This question, I'm sorry.
If I could just comment, because that's exactly right. One of the things that I've always talked about is the label isn't important. We talk about learning differences, and that's really the difference when we look at kids. Because even when you look at within one category of a disability, there is a whole range of how well kids learn and who has it. I think the major difference is the fact it may just take some kids longer. And when we look at it in that way, every child can learn. I don't know how many kids with intellectual disabilities you see now. And one thing, social media, I think, has helped immensely. These kids read, they're reporters, they give speeches. I mean, I am amazed by what the kids can do. And for too long, because it was so based on an IQ score, they thought, no, they can't learn. Oh, yes, they can. And they can thrive just like everyone else.
And according to the literature in the field, disability has nothing to do with intellect. It really is in terms of how the student takes in information and processes it. So it's really that simple, if you will. And at the college level, students have to have a diagnosis by either a psychologist, a psychometrist, a medical doctor, or a rehab specialist to actually get the services. So that diagnosis really doesn't even talk about intellectual disability. It talks about student strength and maybe some of their limitations.
Could I throw one other thing in there?
Sure.
The fact that when I was at the U.S. Department of Ed, both times or whatever, what we worked on is we worked to get rid of the IQ as any basis for determining whether a child qualified for special education services. And that's why we have response to intervention.
We used to diagnose through discrepancy theory, which essentially looks at your perceived potential, which uses an IQ score, and then your subscores in a number of different areas of performance. And if the discrepancy was large enough, then you'd receive the label. But I'm not sure that really gives us any actionable information as educators. It's better to know what are their strengths and what are their challenges, and how can we best serve them. Who are they as a learner?
Thank you very much. And this one is for you too, Dr. Bennett. Let's move to the current landscape. The Varsity Blues admission scandal, in that federal prosecutors charged 50 people, including actresses Felicity Huffman and Lori Loughlin, in a nationwide bribery and fraud scheme to admit underperforming students to elite colleges. The FBI said some of the parents paid to have their children diagnosed with bogus learning disabilities so they could get special accommodations on the SAT and ACT college entrance exams. Let's talk about the consequences. Does the scandal feed the perception that students with legitimate disabilities are gaming the system?
I would say that anyone paying attention to that, it set back our field about a decade in terms of its perception as useful, necessary, and appropriate. When that was all happening, the New York Times actually reached out to us because we're a school for kids who learn differently, college preparatory. And they interviewed one of our students, one of our seniors, and they didn't end up publishing anything he said, although his responses were just so articulate and well done. I was really proud of him. But they were looking for dirt, you know? They were looking for him to make a misstep, to say something about him perhaps receiving services that weren't merited given his diagnosis. And unfortunately, what this has done has placed focus on that when actually it's how many people that really were identified doing that. So I hate to be so blunt, but it's actually privileged people taking advantage of systems that were designed to help people succeed in this country. And I think it's shocking and just unacceptable behavior.
When I met with both ACT and SAT to talk to them about, because it wasn't even that long ago, that having a longer period of time in order to take the assessment and to have some accommodations that wasn't even allowed. And it's been fairly recent. But it's to the point now, and it was a study that I just read this past week where they're talking about ACT is saying they're going to allow anyone to take as much time as they want. And I thought, hallelujah. It doesn't make a difference. What the research has shown is that if you give kids more time to take the assessment, it's not that they have an advantage over kids who really need that kind of an accommodation. Again, it's talking about everyone. Give everyone the amount of time that they really need. Kids who are going to do it fast are going to do it fast, and they're not going to change. And yet it's something, and why not?
One thing I would add too, and I tell a lot of our clients this, that especially those that are talking to us but are still in college or going through college, is to not put a lot of weight in those types of assessments. One of my studies I did when I was in my master's is I looked at the predictive validity of the SAT. It's not good. It's not good at all, actually. It truly, really doesn't most of the time do what it says, which is to determine how successful a student will be in college. Because quite frankly, there's just so many other factors that you can't put on a test that do that, right? Parent support and all these, just community involvement and culture, and I mean, it's all these things. And so we tell a lot of the students that we work with, don't put a lot of buy-in to that. I would also echo what he said as well, though, that I do think it was a setback. I actually had a conversation with one of my colleagues about this, but I also, my perspective is, just like with anything, people with a lot of money can use it for nefarious purposes, and they always will. It's America, you can do that, for better, for worse. So I think that is unfortunate, but what I would tell people is with the students that I work with, I mean, I am a college professor, I teach adjunct classes online and in person at 3 different schools. The students I have that have learning disabilities, they need those accommodations. Like I can tell they do. They're the ones that, I mean, they're struggling. And I have some, for example, they have extended time and they're struggling to finish by that time because it just, like, to do a written portion, it just takes her that much longer. Her response is spectacular, and she's actually an A student. But, I tell people there's so many good examples of legitimate need as a professor that I've seen that, I would tell any, that's why the New York Times won't interview me. I would tell anybody that, that how, valuable it really is. I also think, though, accommodations have to be appropriate. We can have that conversation, too, with families where it's like not every student needs every accommodation. I've had students that have extended time that never use it in my classes and ask them why, and they said, well, because my parents told me to get it. But I don't use it because I don't need it. And okay, well, it's not really, then if you don't need it, you don't need it. And so, there's kind of that other side of the coin, I guess, too.
Well, as a follow-up to that question, and this one is open to anyone on the panel, do you expect that as a result of Varsity Blues, that schools and testing companies will make it more burdensome for disabled students to get the accommodations that allow them to realize their civil right to access higher education?
No, and it's just because I'm hopeful. People have spent a lot of time talking about this, and it's just because of everything that I'm reading now. I mean, there are a lot of colleges and universities right now that don't even require the SAT or the ACT to be taken. And they're beginning to look at what's really important about whether students are going to be successful and how we can help them be that success. And I think it discourages it. So no, this is the optimist in me. No, I don't think so.
Me too.
University of California is actually one of the reasons why the SAT became broadly accepted and adopted. And guess what? They are beginning now to not require it any longer. So I think you'll see a sea change on the other side of the equation, which is more colleges and universities will understand what you said, which is those scores aren't predictive of anything really, except your ability to take that particular test. And therefore, they're irrelevant to an acceptance decision.
And a lot of conversation in the literature is about the cultural biases around the standardized test. So that really is a conversation that is going to be dealt with on some level that I think will have some influence about that.
Well, Dr. Hadley, you kind of anticipated my next question, which again is related to Varsity Blues. A parallel line of discussion was that the problem is not that the students are receiving unnecessary accommodations, but that many students who deserve and can benefit from accommodations aren't being identified as having a disability. In particular, students of color, students in poverty continue to struggle without an advocate to help them secure the accommodations and supports they need. My question then is, how grave is this issue and what accounts for it?
I think the whole issue of students with disabilities transitioning into college, that's my research. agenda really does have more of a systemic frame than even the student frame. Students are moving from one system, K through 12, that's mandated by the Individuals with Disabilities in Education Improvement Act. And that's an educational mandate that says it's the school's responsibility to identify the students, provide them services, oversee those services, and the student kind of sets up this passive model, if you will, because everything is done for them so for all those years of their life. When they move to higher ed, with very little transition preparation, students move under Section 504 of the ADA, which is a civil rights mandate, and it says it's the student's responsibility to understand their disability, identify themselves, go in and identify themselves to the Office for Students with Disabilities. That's kind of the gatekeeper, if you will, for colleges and universities. And then the student is responsible for meeting with their professors. They don't have to disclose their disability, but actually talking about how that disability might influence their performance in their classes and what kind of services they need. Again, all of this is under the backstory of not having very much preparation or transition preparation, if you will, and so students are expected to be more active in their process. So I think that's the underlying backstory more than anything else going on, whether it's color or gender or any of that, because I've done my research at a private Catholic institution, because I do longitudinal studies working with the same group of students over periods of time. I replicated that study at a historically black college, and now I'm at Western, and I got a grant to yet repeat that study again at a public institution, and I'm finding the same kind of issues. It's this move from one system to another. And so somehow getting K through 12 and higher ed to better hand the students off, have conversation, somehow deal with the students is really more of the issue in my view than the other stuff. The other stuff can come later once that basic kind of handoff is met, if you will.
Any follow-up?
I don't want to get too much into the weeds, but you're absolutely right. And part of the impact or part of the influence in terms of being able to provide, especially for kids who live in poverty and other ones who have not yet been identified, sometimes what gets in the way is the funding. And, you know, because we have to have silos, because, you know, you've got the Title I funds, you've got the IDEA funds, and never the twain shall meet. And yet there have been things that the federal government did do school-wide. And again, I don't want to get into the weeds, but for those who could offer a school-wide, that allowed Title I and special ed funding to be blended. Not that it took anything away, but it allowed all kids to be provided whatever it was they needed, no matter what funding source that it came from. And I just think, and then be able to use that to be able to help them get into the post-secondary, whatever they may choose to do. Again, we could use the funds in both ways.
I would offer a slightly countervailing opinion about this. I worked at Landmark College, as you said, for almost 3 decades, and one of the things we used to do is look at where our students came from across the country. And without exception, the more rural, less affluent states weren't sending kids our way. Why is that? Prevalence? No, we know that prevalence is consistent around the globe, certainly nationally. No, it's resources and, frankly, the expertise distribution in this country and the ability to recognize and identify kids who learn differently. So I think that is relevant to this. I think most of the schools that serve kids exclusively for students who learn differently are quite young. Therefore, they don't have big endowments, and they become bubbles of privilege. And that has to stop, too. We need to work on access to these sorts of unique learning experiences for everyone.
Well, that ends the first round of 4. Are there any audience questions at this point?
They used your cards, Daryl.
My colleague's a happy camper now. Okay. All right, so let's see. The first question is, please explain how you make successful contacts with HR departments. This one must be for Dr. Williams, such as work-based learning experiences / internships. One of the hardest things that I, in VR, I guess, run into is corporate offices.
So I'm going to give you the answer. It's probably not one that's going to help you much, and I'm sorry about that. But we have the same challenge. One of the things that I tell people is most large corporations, there's a gatekeeper issue. You know, if you don't know somebody, or you don't know the person or the gatekeeper to get you to the person, you won't get there. So generally, how it's worked is a couple of different ways. One, we've utilized a local manager and a local person at a local level, maybe even a regional level, and use them as a, hey, you have a boss, right? Hey, let's meet, let's have coffee, let's talk with them, let's do a conference call, 30 minutes, 15 minutes. Like, you know, I usually start with 15 minutes because for some VPs, that's all you get is 15 minutes. So you get 15 minutes. I was like, at 15 minutes, I can talk really fast. You guys know that. So I was like, that's all I need. Give me 15 minutes. I'll go New Yorker on them and we'll blast through it. So that's the deal there. So that's one way. Another way is a common thing that honestly, this has probably been for us has been the most successful, and that is everybody knows somebody or has a child with a disability. They do, or they have a family member or a grandparent or an aunt or an uncle, or they themselves have one, or you know, there's always that connection. My staff and I tell them when they talk to employers, find the connection, find that connection. You know, a lot of these larger companies that y'all have heard about, Microsoft's Autism at Work program, SAP's Autism at Work program, all these different neurodiversity initiatives, a lot of these are because there was a VP or a COO or a CEO or somebody at a relatively high level that had somebody on the spectrum or had someone with a learning difference, and they were willing to put a stake in the ground and hold on to it for just a little while to launch it. So I think that's a lot of it. The last piece is, I think a challenge a lot of folks in VR and in the schools have is we are in what we do because we want to help students with disabilities. We're in the people business. We're in the helping professions. For-profit businesses are not, and they're never going to be, and they don't have to be. That's not their role. So what do they care about? Productivity, benefit to them, cost benefit. So a lot of times I tell my staff to go in and talk not about, hey, I'm a person who helps people with disabilities get jobs. Oh, please, charity, give me jobs, give me. We say, what can we do for you? Where's your unmet need? Where is the position that you can't fill? Where are the things that you just cannot get enough people for? The hard jobs even. You know, what are you struggling with? Great. We'll help you build a program that can fill that vacancy. And that's a lot of what Integrate, the company I talked about earlier in New York, that's what they do, is they talk to people like EY or PricewaterhouseCoopers or JP Morgan and say, hey, who are you looking for? I'll give you one quick example. And just because I think it nails it home, a Bank of America in Dallas in Texas had, and not us as a provider, I wish I could claim that, but our VR agency actually, our business development team, reached out to Bank of America and they said, you know what we can't get? Nobody wants to process mortgage applications. You can't see why, right? They're so fascinating and they're huge. They're like, we need someone that sits in Dallas and literally opens them, processes them, scans them, looks for these key pieces of information, checks this, checks it. Like, it's not easy. It's not an easy job. It's very tedious, but nobody wants to do it. They've created this amazing program, and they actually have individuals that are not college bound. These are individuals that I would say are more moderate functioning, but they've given them this amazing opportunity, and it was because they appeal to the employer's needs. And I think really think about that as educators, as VR, when we're going in. Sorry, long answer, but good question.
The next question, this one is for you, Dr. Bettit, and this is from a forward-thinking parent, apparently. What can we do to get our middle school students better prepared for college and employment? So I like the fact that they're thinking early here.
Well, that's one of the keys, is to think early. I talk with our students about having a strategic learning plan of their own, one that they own and believe in themselves. We use a non-directive coaching methodology to get them to own their decisions and to believe in them. And we find that motivates them to learn and to really achieve those objectives more frequently, more thoroughly. So I guess, one, make sure that is part of the conversation. Two, if you can, help them find their genius. I talk about that. Just find out, what do they love to do, what are they good at, what lights them up, and what will fulfill them for their lives. And it might not be something that is lucrative in, the economy, but if you can get past the dread of learning by focusing on what you love, maybe someday you will have the strength and the will to take the next step into something you might not enjoy so much, but will support your living needs for your life. And you can do the other thing as a hobby.
Well, I'm going to follow up as a parent. I didn't mention earlier in this conversation, I have a sophomore son who's a student at Beacon College, and he, among other things, has ADHD. And we tried to do what you just described, but he was like playing career hopscotch as a young man. You know, he'd sit on one thing and then hop to another. What advice do you have to parents to help them not be ground down by, well, we bought you all these lessons, we got you this, and now you want to do something else?
That's classic inattentive type ADD, where you obsess about something, you become an expert at it, and then you become bored with it and move on to the next thing. I've lived it with my youngest son as well. I think eventually, and I know this is going to sound hard, but eventually he will find something, he'll hit upon something that he will pursue for his life. Right now, he's trying to find out who he is, what he wants to do for the rest of his life, and think about that. That's a pretty daunting proposition these days. What's the average lifespan for a male in the United States? That's a long time for someone with ADD, inattentive type, to say, I'm going to do that for my life. So just give him a break, give him some time, and continue to support him like the great dad you are.
Yeah, go down.
Can I add to that?
Absolutely.
And it's a question, and I asked the parents, and yes, I want you to understand my son is ADHD, so I totally get it. How many of you have your child attend the IEP meetings? Raise your hand if your child ever attended an IEP meeting with you. Okay, okay. It's more than I've seen in the past. It all depends upon the individual child and student as well, yet the conversation changes when the child is part of the meeting. And especially as the child gets older and he or she kind of takes over the meeting, and you'll understand there's a whole different dialogue that goes on. And I really think that has really made, I really think it makes a tremendous difference. You need to be cautious, and yet they need to be part of the conversation so they can hear about, yes, this is what you've done really well. Yes, this is what really worked. And let's take a look at and ask the child, him or herself, you know, what is it? What would you like to work on? What is it that, you know, we might concentrate on? The conversation is great that way.
There's also Strengths Finder and U-Science, some of those inventories that help you identify your genius, not just try to find it.
And to add to that, there is no IEP in college. So when students are meeting with this Office for Disability Services coordinator, they're responsible for all of what's covered in an IEP typically. So the literature encourages students as they move further through high school to take more responsibility in those meetings. So definitely attend, but also take leadership in those meetings, because when they're on the campus, they're going to be responsible for those meetings. Parents aren't involved. And because of FERPA, parents don't always know what's going on. There's no disclosure, and so until midterms or when things are really in dire straits, then, you know, everything kind of becomes more revealing. But yeah, the whole notion is making students more proactive, if you will.
Right. Now, during that conversation, someone in the audience asked you, Dr. Bennett, to repeat those books, the Strength Finders. And
yeah, it's a Strengths Finder system. There's one that's fairly not as detailed, and then there's a new edition that's come out that is quite granular and helps you identify your strengths. And I think it's important to do that. I would also advise people to just take a learning style inventory to see what your preferred modality of learning is, and many people don't do that, unfortunately. And then there's U-Science, which is another kind of more graphical way to find your strengths, which actually relies on a learning modality that's a little different than Strengths Finder and might be better for some people.
And one thing I would add, so in our vocational assessments and evaluations that my staff and I do, we utilize assessments like that. One thing I caution you to do, and this is something I know everybody on this panel is going to understand and agree with, is we also, though, say with assessment, and it applies to career assessment and vocational evaluation, you never use just one measure. ever.
No.
You never do that. And especially with career evaluation, it's really important. And I'll give you a good example. We have an assessment that VR pays for that's an online one. I'm not going to say what it is because I don't want to disparage it. I don't want you to think less of it. It's a good assessment. It's great. The problem is by itself, it's a one-dimensional picture of a student. And unfortunately, a lot of our VR providers and counselors use it as the one and only tool. And it's not. And the test makers never intended it to be. It's not meant to be that way. I don't know why people use it this way. I don't. But it's a good assessment, like I said, but it literally all it looks at is interest. And interest is great. But being interested in something, able to do it, being able to do it, having the desire to do it, having the academic ability to do it, having it available in your job market, having the right personality, being able to work with people in that field, that assessment looks at none of that. And all of that has to do with how likely it is to get a job. So I think when we do our assessments, we tell people we don't do 15 or 20 different measures because we just love testing students and keeping them in a room for 2 days. We don't. We do that because we look at personality, values, interests, abilities. We look at all these different metrics because when you overlay all of that on top, then you get a really beautiful picture and a focus area. And so I think it's important to do that. I've had families that have told me, well, he picked accounting. This was actually a true story. This was about 3 months ago, maybe. He picked accounting. Okay, cool. Why? Well, he took like a free test online, and it said accounting. Okay. Any other reasons? Nope. Okay. So, Jimmy, do you want to do accounting? Nah. But it's because, so you've got to be careful there. And I believe in vocational assessment. I do them. I'm a CRC. I believe in it. I'm behind it. But we also really remembering that you never use just one assessment. You always look, cross battery is what we call it. We always do cross battery. So it's just important to understand that. The biggest one that I find a lot of times happens is interest and ability. Those don't talk always. So you have people that are interested in a career but really don't have the academic ability or achievement level to actually do the coursework to do that career. Vice versa. Sometimes you have, they can do a lot more than they think they can. And so it can go both ways. But again, just because you're interested in something doesn't mean you should do it, can do it, and vice versa. And so I think really looking at a whole student, being very holistic about that kind of assessment is really important. U-Science is great. It gives a good picture. There's a lot of really good things out there. Learning styles is another one, but really looking at all those different pieces is so crucial because it is such a big decision.
There's the LASSI, the Learning and Study Skills Inventory, which is a good one.
Yeah, and they're good, but multiple things. Because you brought it up, I think it was a great point. If you're going to do it for, 20, 40 years, 50, 60 years of your life, gosh, well, I took a free test. Here you go, life. No, don't do that. I wouldn't do that. So just think about it that way, is that it is a big decision, so it needs to have, like any good decision, what do we need? Lots of good data. That's what we need.
And your son is using trial and error right now, which maybe you could intervene and suggest some inventories.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree with the trial part. It's a trial on.
Yeah.
Anyway, another question from the audience was actually a two-parter. The first part was kind of analogous to the middle school question, so I'm going to skip that because I'm more interested in the second question, and that's for you, Dr. Hadley. Do you have any suggestion for helping parents move from advocate to advisor?
Being a part of this transition piece with the administrators in K through 12 and higher ed, that's really just so crucial. Even having parents understand that their role kind of drops off, because sometimes parents, are helicopters and they want to be hoovering around and being involved in what goes on. And because of that FERPA law, we can't share everything, they can't be involved in everything, and they feel shut off, and it's not really shutting them off. It's just the way that things are. And so, especially, I did this postdoc work at HBCU, and I was finding myself working more with the parents than even the students, educating them as much as the students, if you will. So I think the setting, the background, and even the knowledge base in terms of the student understanding their disability really helped shape all of that relationship. At the University of Dayton, which was a private Catholic institution, students were identified early on, had a lot of knowledge about their disability, was comfortable coming in and talking about it. We did a model called compensatory counseling, where you help the student basically deal with the disability rather than trying to deny it, ignore it, because it doesn't go away. You don't outgrow it. So they carry this with them. And so students that were identified early on, understood it, tended to do better in their transition piece. When I did my work at Central State, that historically black college, a lot of the students that were identified weren't identified until later, and they were defined as more problematic. So they were pulled out of the traditional classroom and put in the resource room where they would get this kind of punishment and also do their homework or whatever, but not really the attention they needed. So they really never learned how to deal with that disability and talk about it and interact with faculty about that disability. And part of the other issue too in the college environment, we're looking to help students move on to the workplace. And there aren't extra time for exams. There aren't tutors available in the workplace. So helping students compensate, deal with that disability, and learn to move to that next level is a lot of where our energy goes in terms of moving them forward into the workplace.
Well, back to my questions. I've got a couple here that I'll save for the next round. This one's for you, Dr. Williams. In a November 2017 Hechinger Report article, I found this poignant quote from a mother of a son with autism. She said, quote, referring to employment for people who have learning disabilities, it's a crisis. Our kids are graduating to the couch. Think about that for a moment, and then think about this. A 2011 federal study that followed students for several years after high school graduation found that special education students were less likely to go to and complete college. And if they joined the workforce, they earned nearly $4 an hour less than their former general education students. So the question, Dr. Williams, is this: is that old saw about how you earn more as a college graduate than a high school graduate even more important for students with learning disabilities?
How much time do we have? That is a fantastic question. First of all, I love that article. I use that quote, the graduating to the couch. It's very true. So it has definitely changed. One of the things that I tell a lot of people is, and this is a generational change, it has nothing to do with people with disabilities. College degrees now, for the most part, there's exceptions, of course, to everything, but for the most part, they're a checkbox to be able to apply for the job you want. They're not necessarily, he has a college degree from blank blank in blank blank, we got to get him. Even Ivy League schools, there's been articles about that some of them have even kind of lost their luster because, yeah, it's great, and yeah, they're a good student, and they're real smart usually, but are they going to be a good employee? Not a connection there. So that's even a tough piece. But no, I think that it really depends on the field. I will tell you, for individuals, I've seen a lot of success for the individuals with learning differences, learning disabilities, autism, ASD as well, that really have been successful in technical schools and technical training. The reason being is, especially you look at folks on the spectrum, not always, right? Steve Silverman talked this morning about stereotypes and want to avoid that, but there are definitely some individuals that have very, very high intensity focus areas where they're really, really, I don't want to say gifted, but just very intensely knowledgeable about a specific area. And so I'll give you an example. I've worked with several clients. I could give lots of examples. One that always sticks out to me is that a client who had a very, borderline intellectual functioning, mild intellectual disability on the spectrum, but very capable. And he was not someone that traditionally was going to go to college. That was not his plan. That was not his parents' plan. It was not a big deal to him. That's not what he wanted. But he could diagnose, he was one of those people that could diagnose a car based on the sound of it. And it's not a joke. He really could do it. I tell people, he told me that I needed an oil change, and if I didn't change it soon, my car was going to have problems. And a week later, it had problems. And I'm like, how do you know that? And he's like, because it sounded. You don't hear that? I was like, no, I don't hear that. I hear from just your car. I don't hear anything, That's not my gift, But he actually, with some support, he had to have a mentor, and he had to have a lot of tutoring, a lot of support. But he went through a local community college and went through a mechanics auto tech program and came out of that program earning, I think, about $22 an hour, which, by the way, was more than some of his colleagues who had student loan debt and a bachelor's. So, and I know, especially Beacon College, I'm not knocking college, I'm a college professor, I get it. But I really tell a lot of students I talk to cost-benefit analysis. If you're going to spend X, Y, Z dollars on a school, fine. but what is the return? What kind of job are you going to get? Especially nowadays, I feel one of the biggest crises in our country, and the federal government agrees with me, is student loan debt. It is going to crush our economy. It's going to crush our country. I know because I'm struggling with it myself because I have Dr. Williams. You know how it goes. So I understand that. Do I regret going to school? No. Did I need it? Do I love it? Absolutely. And I needed it to get where I am, totally. But that's the reality. And so I tell students, a lot of students with various disabilities will come out with, like I said, I used earlier, a bachelor's in history degree that really, you know, they're not getting employed with that degree, and the job they end up doing they didn't need to go to school for. And so now they have student loan debt and they're earning lower wages, and it just creates this almost this like inducing poverty situation, and a cycle of dependence. So I think we have to be careful. I always tell people I'm never against college, but what is the job goal? I always go to, and that's a VR thing. What is the job goal? Tell me what you want to do, and then let's figure out the pathways to get there. And that may or may not be through college, it may be technical training, it may be 2-year, 4-year, whatever, maybe master's. But what is the job goal? Focus there instead of focusing on, hey, I'm just going to get this degree because that's what my friends are doing. I've had this conversation with people all the time. Not everybody has to go to college. They don't. For some reason, our culture some people assume that, I guess, or someone just started saying it and people believe them. Some do, many will, but not everybody does. And for some folks in the degrees they want, I used the auto tech example earlier, that was a better fit for him. He's making more money with less debt, and I always joke with people, I say it may be a blue-collar job, but it's on a better collared shirt than you and I could afford, so there you go, you know, like, it's something to consider. And I even look at like education degrees. I have individuals that'll ask me, that I do assessments on, will ask me, well, you know, you got degrees in education, would you recommend it? And I'm honest with them. In terms of amount of money for the degree versus amount of money you're going to make, no, because we're a low-pay field that requires a lot of education. It's just the nature, I guess, of our field. But again, I'm not saying I regret it, but I think that's the tough part about that question is it's very multidimensional. But I really think doing that homework and looking at like ONET's website and looking at like what are they, so ONET has something, if you're not familiar with ONET, it's ONET. If you just type in ONET, you'll find it as a parent. But they have some great tools, but one of the things I love is they have something called a bright outlook. And so if a job has a bright outlook, it means that it's a growing field. You can go in there and figure out, here's the degree I need, here's about how much it's going to cost, here's what I'm going to make when I'm done. And you can actually make some very calculated, data-driven decisions as a parent or a student. And many times, people just haven't done that. They've just never sat down to do it. And it's so sad because 5 minutes, like Geico, 15 minutes could save you 15%. Oh no, a lot more than 50% on your college tuition bill. But it's just something to really think about, you know, that we really need to be focusing on, like, what is that outcome, and then is it that cost benefit, particularly if we're talking about student loans. I have many, this is probably a whole research study, many individuals with learning differences that have a lot of student loan debt that their parents and them are struggling with, but they're not employed, and it's just insult to injury. And so, yeah, that's a big question. Would you all agree?
And embedded in all that, too, is students with disabilities, learning disabilities specifically, are the fastest growing population going off to college, according to the literature. And Dr. Joe Madaus, who was here this morning, he does a lot of work around students transitioning from high school and college, to employment, and high school to college. And some of his work deals with the idea that self-advocacy skills and self-determination and executive functioning are skills that students with disabilities really learn and practice when they stay in the environment. But while they're the fastest growing population going off to college, their persistence is an issue. And when I talk about persistence, I mean moving from first year to sophomore year to junior year. And keeping students from first year to sophomore year really is, most first year students is a challenge, but students with disabilities, because their sense of belonging, enculturating into the culture and finding some sense of themselves and being comfortable interacting with peers. They move from exclusive classrooms to inclusive classrooms where they have to compete with peers and all those skill sets that they don't necessarily get, so it's harder for them to keep moving from one year to the next. So part of the reason there may be some deficit in employment is they just don't persist at the rate that their peers do.
Part of the aspect of that is, you know, how many kids are exposed to how many different jobs are available out there in terms, and I'm going back to the high school. We need to expose them or at least open it up. And dual enrollment right now, I think, has been great.
Fantastic.
And just being exposed to, gee, how many kids never even thought, wow, I didn't even know that was a job, or I didn't know I could have done that. And just doing and being exposed to that, I think it would help in terms of, so does he need college? Does he need, career tech? Or, is it just something on the job? And this is where I'd really like to see the post-secondary work with the secondary schools in all aspects so that we could share this. I mean, I think about it. What if I would have been told that there were so many different jobs I could have had? Maybe I would have had other kinds of jobs. Not that I regret anything that I did.
Well, looking at a broad field like medical, I tell people we get so many clients that are like, I want to be a doctor. And we're like, why do you want to be a doctor? It's because they think the medical field and they think a doctor. And it's like, hey, well, have you been to a hospital? Do you know how many people in there are not doctors?
Right.
And they're really important people. Those nurses, they're sticking you with the needle. I really want them to be trained. They're important people. And so really understanding too, like we've had individuals that are, are academically would struggle. I mean, let's be frank, they're not going to get into medical school, disability or not. But that's okay because what they want to do is not really be a doctor. They want to be in that field. And so there's there's so many, I can't even list them all. There's so many other jobs in the medical field. So I agree. I think that exposure and earlier, and it doesn't have to wait till high school, middle school. We serve students in our program I talked about earlier at 14 and up. Not just because the federal government says we should and can, but because we really need to. Right. Because those middle schoolers, they're at a point in their life now. Are they going to be deciding, okay, your son, daddy's going to come home tomorrow and say, Dad, I'm being a blank. No, that's not what I'm saying. But start having those conversations. Start learning about, hey, this field is not this big. It's this big, and here's all these different things I can pick from in it. That can happen, and absolutely, heck, before 14. Agreed.
Dr. Bennett, in July, a RAND Education and Labor Survey of the nation's K-12 principals found that 45% reported that their school leadership preparation programs did not adequately equip them for supporting the needs of students with high incidence disabilities when they first started the job. The high incidence disabilities defined by this report included speech and language impairments like stuttering, learning disabilities such as dyslexia and developmental aphasia, and mild intellectual disabilities. The question is, what does this inadequacy portend for college aspiring students with LD?
Well, I think that's a slightly bigger question than what you're asking. And education does, frankly, a very poor job of preparing educators to be educational leaders in every respect. Corporations have succession plans. They have professional development plans for managers. How do you become a manager as an educator? You're a good teacher first. Well, that doesn't always translate to the skills you need to be an administrator. And therefore, that preparation program that doesn't exist at all falls down there at the very start of someone's becoming a manager. And then when you factor in, have they been prepared for the scope and scale of all of the different learning styles they're going to be supporting? I don't think that's even realistic to expect. Special education programs in graduate school cover such a very narrow slice of learning differences as part of the preparation. And it's because the span of differences that you're trying to support are vast. Human difference is a vast subject. I know I worked with Dr. Haggerty to think about someday preparing a master's level certificate program for special education. One doesn't really exist yet. Well, Dr. Haggerty's an educational entrepreneur, so it will someday, but I think that's a gap. That's a gap in the nation, and it's a gap in our preparation of educational leaders. It's one that we should, among many others, that we should address.
Dr. Posney?
One of the things, and I couldn't agree with you more, because one of the things when we talk about, especially because we want kids to be included, no, they do not need to be segregated. There are, and I don't want to spend time on that one, but it's even how we prepare our teachers. And when I originally moved to Kansas, okay, in KU, great university, all of that kind of stuff, I went and I wanted to visit, the teacher preparation program because I wanted to know more about it. And what was interesting is I went on campus and I went and met with some of the professors you know, in special education. It was a great conversation. And I said, well, now I'd like to talk to some of the general educator, you know, professors and all of that. Lo and behold, they were in a completely separate building across campus, and never the two shall meet. Special educators were prepared, they in their own special program, general educators were in their own program, and never the two got together. What I'm happy to say is that about 10 years later, they completely built a whole new building for education. Everyone is in the same building. I mean, now at least they're talking with each other and preparing it. The other thing KU did is that a special educator first goes through their undergrad and they become a general educator. They go on for their master's for another program and they come out of there with a master's in special ed. They are prepared in both general ed and special ed. And that is what we need more of. Because how many general educators are out there that they don't know what to do with a lot of these kids? They haven't been prepared that way. So, I mean, and they're working on it. You know, they really are.
And they don't get training. I can tell you just from personal experience, my wife is a high school choir director. She's a gen ed person. She's not special ed training. She's never been trained ever how to work with people with disabilities or autism. She gets a lot of those students because they've learned that she works really well with them. Well, yeah, because she asks me questions and I coach her and I've trained her and I teach her because we happen to just share a bedroom. You know, like it's just one of those things where we just happen to be together.
That's not a very good educational model for the nation.
Exactly. Just marry the person you want to learn from, right? But seriously, like but that's not how it should be. And I told my wife, she even says it. She's like, if I didn't know you, I wouldn't know any of this stuff. Like I just would have no clue. And her school's not offering her trainings. There isn't training she can take because they would say, well, why would you want that training? You're a choir director. You don't need that. You don't need to go to the service center and get special ed training. You don't need that. And by the way, people have said that. Like that's not just a thing. Like people say stupid things like that. So, one of the, like you said, one of the many issues. But I think that's an important thing to really understand because I've had a lot of parents that'll come to me so frustrated by schools. And I'm not going to say all the time, but a lot of the time, it is a gen ed teacher that's trying their absolute hardest with what they know, and they just don't know what to do. And if they just train them not for days, not for weeks, not in a degree, if they train them a little bit and said, hey, here's some strategies for working with students with autism. Here's some strategies for LD. Just saying, because you may have some. Oh, wait, you already have 17 in your class of 30. Good to know. Like stuff like that. Like I think that's a huge piece we're looking for. And I couldn't agree more. As someone who's trained as a special ed teacher, I had the opposite problem. I had a ton of special ed training, but then I was made a co-teacher, and so I had to work with gen ed peers, and I didn't know how to do that when I started teaching because they never told me how to work with gen ed students. And so I actually had the opposite issue, and so I'm thrilled to hear KU does that because it's needed.
And there's more of the expectation, too, of graduates. I teach in our master's and our doc program in ed leadership, and so we're training practitioners to go out and be college administrators. And one of my colleagues teaches next door in the college counseling program, and they're training their practitioners to go out to the schools. And so we're applying for a grant that's going to look to see if our curriculum and our training is helping them meet the expectations of the work environment, because more and more they need those kinds of things, and they're asking, NCAID and those kinds of things are asking that of our, KCRAP, are asking that of our curriculum. So we have to be mindful of that as we're educating our students.
Because of time, I'm hopscotching on my massive list of questions here. But I wanted to get to this one. In a thought-provoking column last month in the Cornell Daily Sun, the student writer Sydney Malia Waite contemplated the social model of disability, the ideal being, as she puts it, quote, that what disables an individual is not their impairment or difference, but rather the societal barriers put in place that exclude individuals because of said impairments or differences, unquote. She goes on to say, quote, through college outreach programs and indexes like the College Board's Diversity Score landscape, institutions have demonstrated that they recognize the complexity of outside barriers. But even with this knowledge, universities enact little to no outreach to actively consider and address the barriers that limit opportunities for students with learning disabilities. She goes on to pose this damning question. Why are universities not attempting to bridge the gap between disability services in primary schools and how they affect students' paths to higher education? Is she painting with too broad a brush here? And I throw that one out to anyone who's
I
willing
mean,
to answer.
she's referencing a social constructivist opinion, essentially, which is that our social constructs are what disable people, not their own innate abilities. And if we provide the right environment and supports for them, they're abled, they can achieve. And there's a lot of truth to that. I agree with it essentially. I think the reason that we don't have all of those resources in place, honestly, is because we don't invest enough in education as a nation. That's really the root of the issue. And until we get past that and start prioritizing education over some other areas of investment like defense, and I'm not trying to criticize, but I think preparing our children to be peaceable global citizens would actually reduce our need for defense because they'd be able to communicate and do a better job of managing the world than we have in my generation. So I just think at the heart of much of this is investment. I think all education should be special, and what I mean by that is what we provide our students are what every student deserves, and neurotypical students would flourish in that setting beyond their current capacities and achievements, and our kids would benefit as well. So
I absolutely, positively agree that if you know, think about anyone who can teach a child who has a disability or has, you know, tremendous learning differences. If you can teach that child, you can teach any child. And why isn't it that we don't prepare all of our teachers to take a look at and know that what you do here is only going to benefit everyone else? I always use the simple thing, you know, when you think of the cuts in the sidewalks on the curbs now, where, you know, you can go down a ramp and you don't have to go over a curb. Well, why was that? How did that ever come about? It's because of wheelchairs. It had nothing to do with luggage that we pulled on wheels. It had nothing to do with that. When you think of the invention of the phone, and I know you guys are going to, that technology came about because of special ed. Most of the you know, the benefits that we have seen have come as a result of working through this so that we can work best with kids who learn very, very differently. The benefit to everyone else has been phenomenal, and it just takes off. And there's part of me saying, why don't we start there? You know, because if you can teach them, then you can teach anyone, and everyone would benefit.
Well, since Dr. Bennett mentioned investment, and since Dr. Posney has worked in the federal government and with policy, I'm going to ask you this question. Earlier this summer, a bipartisan group of senators introduced a measure known as the Respond, Innovate, Succeed, and Empower, or RISE Act. The bill spells out that students who already have documentation of a disability can continue to use the same documentation when they enter higher education. If passed, the measure would free individuals who have received special education services from having to undergo additional diagnostic testing. The legislation, which would amend the Higher Education Act, would also increase transparency of school policies and data so that students with disabilities can best identify a college that meets their needs. And the bill calls for the federal government to provide technical assistance to guide colleges and universities on how to serve those with disabilities. So the question in all that, Dr. Posney, is how critical is a measure like this to buoying the success of collegians with learning disabilities and growing the numbers who succeed in any collegiate setting?
I think it's absolutely critical. The two, and I've said it before, post-secondary and secondary and all the rest, we really need to work more together. And paperwork, I think, often gets in the way. So when we transition from one, you know, system to another system, it should be very easy. And having to redo testing or do different paperwork because this system looks at it this way and this other system looks at it that way, it's a total waste of time, effort, and most of all, money. And part of the other thing that I would like to see with this, because I think it absolutely is imperative, there does need to be funding to go along with it in order to help the change in the system, because it's going to require a systems change on both ends. And that's also going to require, and I know I keep saying this, IDEA, needs to be reauthorized. There are things in there that get in the way and absolutely should be taken a look at. So if this can be done at the exact same time, we could change both systems at the same time and have just one seamless system throughout. And the benefit to everyone. And in the long run, it would save so much money.
Dr. Hadley?
And if this comes about, that would change things. There are some that really feel like the updated tests really give us new information and that kind of thing, and students grow and things change. But one of the things that's advised is that students move to the college environment. Right before they do that, they need to get update testing, because once they're in college, colleges and universities don't provide that testing, and it's really costly. And those offices for disability services depend on that information to provide students with accommodations and services. So they do require that that's updated every 3 years the way things stand now.
This bill hasn't passed, but does it at least, the mere introduction of it suggests that Uncle Sam is beginning to truly understand the value of neurodiversity?
I'm not so sure it can be, and I want to do this very carefully, I'm not so sure they understand how broad that is at this point in time, but it's the beginning. And that's where we need to start. Let's take the initial steps so that people can begin to see this. Over the course of time, absolutely it will change. Again, it's like the curb cut. It started out small, but it got really broad, and that's a great way to start. And the other thing I always throw in here too is that learning differences and disabilities and all that, it's not political, not at all. And that's what I really want. Everyone knows people who have these learning differences and so forth. And so that is, take that part out of it. It comes down more to what they argue more about is the money. And it's not that they don't believe in what everyone is trying to do.
Well, and I would add too that I think a lot of it, and this is a struggle as a government, is we are very reactionary. It's our Achilles heel. It always will be until we change it. We don't want to. It's like insurance. We don't want preventative care. We want to fix it after you're lying on the hospital bed bleeding out. We're like, cover him up, patch him up. Yeah, it's very expensive, right? It's the same thing with what we're looking at here, and he talked about investment being crucial, but that's a big part of it. I do think what I have seen and what encourages me, so we were asked part of an RSA, Rehab Services Administration federal grant, kind of an inspection, questioning, I forget what they called it, in Austin recently happened, and we went as a provider to talk about the services we've been doing. And what I'm really encouraged by is what I am seeing are two big things that are changing at the federal level. One of them is they are recognizing that the stats I showed earlier, the government is recognizing that we're headed for a really bad place if we don't start turning things around. If we don't start getting people with disabilities jobs and employed and start pushing that figure up, it is, among many other things, going to bankrupt the country and stifle our economy in a significant way that people will notice. That's one thing I'm encouraged about, and there were several comments made about RSA to that effect, that these are important services. We get why we need money here. We get it. That was encouraging, because I don't think I always felt that way. The other thing that I saw that was really good is what we talked about earlier, the connection between, we've got a lot of students coming out with a lot of student loan debt. Where are those jobs for them? Where are they going? What is their pathway? And that was a term that was used a lot by the RSA person that was recently in Austin, was a pathway. Where's the pathway? Where are they going? It's like, great, they're doing it, great, but for what? What are they doing? And so I think that is encouraging to me, that there are some recognition of some again, I wish we were talking about this 20 years ago, because all of us in the academic, that did research saw this coming. It's not a surprise, but at least now, later than ever, there is some recognition of the crisis that's pending. A great example, you talked about people with learning disabilities entering college and that growing. Another slide I didn't have today, but diagnosis of people on the spectrum and them entering college, it's exploding. It's exponential, and there are no services. We would need 50 million Beacon colleges in every state just to serve them. So I think that I'm seeing a little bit more of a sense of urgency. That's what I'm looking for. A little bit more of a sense of urgency at the federal level, and hopefully that continues, and hopefully it becomes even more urgent, because what I've learned is with urgency comes money, and hopefully that comes.
I don't want to overgeneralize, because I've been taught not to, but I think even federal policymakers can do simple math.
Oh, absolutely.
So add
Literally.
up all your knowledge about prevalence
Yep.
statistics and the amount of human potential that that represents when you add it together, and the economy's need for talent and everything else, that's simple math, and the outcome, at least for me, is also simple. It's invest in that potential.
Thank you, panel. Well, to close this out, we're going to do kind of a lightning toss-up round here. So I'm going to throw out some audience questions to you. And there's a big prize in it for you if you want.
Mentally preparing.
There you go. This one asks, in the absence of SAT, ACT requirements, will it become more difficult for students with learning disabilities to gain entrance into colleges?
I didn't hear the first part.
I'll repeat it. In the absence of SAT, ACT requirements, will it become more difficult for students with learning disabilities to gain entrance into colleges?
Okay, yeah, I was going to say, what it depends on is what criteria are they going to be using. That, and in fact, I'd love to hear that conversation now. What are these colleges and universities using as the criteria to determine, is this a student, that we would like to accept? And when I think about it, a score doesn't do it, even grades don't necessarily do it. And I'll be honest with you, I'm not exactly sure what would, but I would look at a number of different factors. And I don't know.
Digital portfolios are one way that some colleges are starting to move. I mean, what they're trying to do is establish some sort of filter that passes through people that they believe can be successful in the environment they've created. That's what admissions is about. And so they're using the measures that they think are predictive. Well, SATs aren't predictive of anyone, not just people who learn differently, but general ed, neurotypical population. So I think they're irrelevant, frankly. And I hate to say that because there's such a huge investment in that in this country. And they're so meaningful for some high school, seniors. I mean, they're a high stakes test. They're going to determine the path of the rest of their life to some degree. Well, I'm sorry, I don't think one measure should ever be that predictive.
Can I ask almost a rhetorical question? Should any student be allowed to go to college? And why not? There's a party saying, why not? What do we have to lose? I mean, again, now there's a whole lot I'd like them to know ahead of time that college is going to prepare them for the field in which they're interested, in which they, have that, but why not?
And technically, by law, universities cannot question a student about a disability in their application process. They only offer the opportunity for them to identify as a student with a disability once they're accepted, just so they can take advantage of services. So backtrack to that whole message that students really need to be much more proactive in the college environment and take advantage of services and identify themselves. The risky stuff, but that's what really has to happen.
Thank you. Let's see. Our son is a freshman at Beacon. We learned that soft skills are most important for employment. Where and when will he learn how to get these soft skills? And she kind of answered, I'm saying she, but I don't know if it was a she or he, but there was a question on my list that talked about a survey that indicated that a lot of parents believe that the schools, K through 12 schools, are inculcating their students with these soft skills. Is that true?
No, they're not. I can tell you they're
It
not.
depends on the school.
I'll be real honest. No way. And yes, should they? The answer is yes. And in fact, middle school, I think, is really a great time to begin to talk about those and to begin to show them and prepare them. No, I absolutely not.
There is a big movement currently in education, SEL, social emotional learning, and as long as that's integrated into the K-12 curriculum in an organic way, I think it will produce the right results.
Totally agree.
But it hasn't been a focus until relatively recently.
Well, and I think part of the challenge too comes to the common reasons I hear people, and I mentioned earlier in my presentation, parents tell me, and particularly with high school, they're like, time. He doesn't have periods in the day. He doesn't have, I brought up the example, all the AP classes, right? Or all the, even not AP classes, just other classes, choir, football, I just pick whatever. Those all take up slots. You only have so many. And I don't know about you, but not a lot of students come up saying, Mom, I want to take the social skills class, like, they don't. Parents say, you're taking the social skills class, so.
I think we're taking the child out of the childhood, in many ways by rushing them through it.
And so I think that's a big part of it. And then I think also, you could also say, well, even if they offer it, are the students going to take it? Okay, that's a problem. I think what I see happening a lot from soft skills as like someone who works on the employment on the very end of this is everybody passed it to the next person. Everybody passed the buck. Oh, parents said, school's got it. And then K-12 said, we didn't have time, but they'll get it in college. And everybody knows no, college doesn't do that. No, college said, and then the college, they get to career services in college, and college says, guess nobody got it. Well, good luck. We'll help you write a resume. And that's the issue. I will say, I talked about PREETs, pre-employment transition services. That's what it's for. The reason that they push that and the reason they're pushing it into schools is not because they have to, it's because they know they need to. Unfortunately, we need a lot more than 15% of the VR budget if we really wanted to train all students. But it's a start, right? It's the first step, and hopefully of many more bigger ones with more money. But it's there, and so I think, but again, very recent. That was within, 2 years? I mean, same with SEL, 2 years, 3 years, it's been a big thing now, and just now coming to some districts and areas. So it's all very fresh, very, very fresh. And as we know, folks in education, especially higher ed, how fast do things move? So I think that's part of it too, is we need some time as well, just to kind of put these things down and kind of see the flowers and roots that grow and then kind of go from there.
We also need to understand what is the job of K-12? What does it include? What is the job of post-secondary ed? What does it include? And what's the responsibility of families and parents and society? Because education is expected to do a lot with a little. And
little money. No money. But
and that's a pretty significant challenge.
All right. Do all vocational rehabilitation offices give an assessment to students to tell them what they would be good at, or do they collaborate with the students as well?
I don't know. I can speak for Texas. I can't speak for Florida, and for every state. In Texas, our voc rehab does not. They refer to providers to do that. So, for example, in Texas, they'll send them to like a neuropsychologist to do a neuropsych. And so they don't do it, but they'll pay for it and refer the student. Same thing with us. If we do a vocational evaluation, which we do for the state, they'll refer them to us as a provider. We'll do it, and then we'll send the report to the counselor. Then the counselor and the individual come together with the parents and family and have that discussion about the results. But it's generally, not to my knowledge, VR is not necessarily doing it per se, but they're funding it maybe, or they're a part of the process. Some, honestly, we have not necessarily not a lot. Not everyone, but we have some districts, at least in Austin and where I live, we have some school districts that actually do formalized transition assessment, which if they're following IDEA and compliant with the law, they're supposed to be doing anyways. That's a whole different story in a different conference. But they're doing that, and so I've gotten students, my staff have gotten students coming out of high school with beautiful transition plans that are very detailed and goal-oriented and very student-centered. They're fabulous. However, that's one district. Then we get a student from a district next door, and the parent's like, what's transition? They never talked about that, and he graduated. So I'm just telling you, it's the extremes, of course. Another issue we have, of course, in our country is we have all these districts doing things very differently. It's that educational inequality we have. And so that's a lot of it, too, is just the inequality even between school districts and what they do with their students, transition-wise, that then gets sent to the higher ed folks and or the employment folks like me. That's an issue.
All right, I'm going to close out this panel discussion with a question that I think is very apropos. It's a very important question. How do you get others to buy in for success in everyone?
My answer is recognize that everyone has and deserves human dignity, and start from that perspective by respecting the innate potential within others and doing your best to understand what that is. If you start there, I think progress at least is possible.
For me, it's tell the stories. there are so many out there. And I think that's what really encourages other people. They begin to hear saying, oh, wow, I hadn't thought about that. I haven't heard about that. Because often it only takes one or two things as you go through in part of the story that someone begins to latch onto it and say, gee, maybe we should do this. And then you begin to see it blossom. I've been in this for more than 40 years. 40 years ago when I entered into this, we didn't even have the special ed law. And there were over 6 million kids who were never even allowed into the school building. Here we are, 45 years later, and we are doing great. We're not perfect. We've got a long way to go. And yet, the difference that I see is just incredible. And I always say, thank you. Thank you for that. And it's because we started with the stories, and it made all the difference in the world.
I would add, that's why I tell people all the time, my presentations, what I do, that's not my main job. That's not how I make my living. Why do I do it? For that reason.
Yeah.
Because I want to share my story, not because everybody's like me. Mine's one of many. I also share a lot of client stories because they have actually some very interesting things too. But I think that stories gives a face to it. It helps people realize that these aren't, I think what's one of the biggest issues we have with policymakers is everything's on paper to them. It's not real. It is real. It's real people's lives every day that makes decisions when they sign their name to something or click a button on a thing. It's a lot bigger than that. And I think when we give stories and we give information, I've done things in Texas with our state legislature and testifying and doing things like that. I hate doing it. It's awful. I hate doing it so much, but I do it because I want them to understand, like, look, if you don't vote for this, or if you do vote for that, or you cut funding to this, you're hurting a real person. You're hurting clients. I can show you them. They have faces. They have names. They're not somebody oblivious that's, and honestly, it makes it harder for them to make bad decisions. That's part of why we do it too. But seriously, I think there's that need to have a real understanding, and to share, like she said, sharing those stories, I think gets a really long way there. I also think being honest with people. I tell people all the time, I never have in my life apologized for my frankness or my bluntness or my straightforwardness. And why? Because A, people praise me for it all the time because it's a rare thing these days. B, I don't because that's not why I'm here. Like, if I'm gonna just kind of say stuff or just script stuff, then I'm not really being me. I think that authenticity of a person, of any person, it's that human dignity piece, that authenticity of a lot of our students. They're amazing. They sell themselves. There are so many of our clients that I meet them and I want to help them, even if I can't. I want to, because I believe in them, and someone had to believe in me to get me here. So I'm paying it forward.
And I do think the collaboration piece, while we don't have IEPs in the college environment, we do copy that model by bringing faculty to the table, administrators, student affairs folks, to kind of help make some decision and policy about how we serve our students with disabilities on campus. So that piece, when folks have a voice, I think they're much more vested and have an opportunity.
I think Dr. Haggerty, if I know him well, and I do, is going to approach some of you later to say, I need you to invest in this college. And you're investing in a center for human potential and social justice. It's not just a college. And there's a face on every single one of those asks that he's making. And it's human potential and social justice all the way.
Well, when my team put together this symposium, and particularly this panel, we knew we had some high caliber talent, and I think you've seen that play out today. Let's give a big thanks to our panel. And with that, you guys have heard enough of me today, so I'm going to ask the guy who I mentioned earlier who signs my check to come and close us out, Dr. George Haggerty.
Thank you very much, panel. I'd be remiss if I didn't say that the real leadership for this conference was Darrell Owens, and I think he needs a good round of applause. And the panel learned why you never have a journalist ask questions of a panel, because those questions were really fantastic. Darrell, and really asked. So, you got the Haggerty earlier that you wanted to hear from, and all you want to hear from me is thank you for coming. And but I do want to say just a few things. This is the 30th anniversary of Beacon College, and this is going to be the first of what we hope will be an annual conference on this issue. And why do I think the way that this is put together is important? Because we all are getting a full appreciation for neurodiversity. But what I heard here in the questions and in the panelists and in the presenters was an understanding that these students do not fit neatly into K through 12, college, university, employment. We need to think of the continuum, and this is the first conference that I've actually attended where we didn't really talk exclusively about whether these were elementary students, secondary students, college students, or emerging adults going into employment. And I think that conversation has to happen between all providers, all parents, all families, all students. And the reason that this is important, I have two go-to sources. I started my career in this in 1978. And I have two go-to sources now, and I go to the website Understood. I don't know if you have seen that, but I highly recommend it, understood.org or .com, but I know it's Understood. And the other one is the home site of the National Center for Learning Disabilities. And in 2015, they did this really incredible piece of research. They actually asked students what were the important pieces that allowed them to either thrive or cope or struggle in their transition from high school to college or work. And they found that there were three drivers or three features that made 83% of the difference as to whether a student thrived or coped or struggled. And those were the first one, the abiding presence of an adult who cared and supported the person, the teacher, could be the parent, could be another person, but they believed in them and they cared. The second feature was self-awareness and self-advocacy. And the third one, which I believe we've heard throughout these presentations, is the embrace of a community that they feel part of and they feel supported by, and in which they feel they can get involved and make a difference. Those are the three features. And in everything we heard today, whether we're talking about young children, whether we're talking about adolescents, whether we're talking about collegians, or those in the workforce, it's really important that we understand that those three dimensions are absolutely essential as we move forward in understanding a neurodiverse world and how we improve the conditions for students with learning and attention issues, adults with learning and attention issues. And I think this conference has made a very good start at beginning to understand that we have a lot of work to do, but we've made some incredible strides. So to everybody, thank you for being here. I hope that you enjoyed it, and we look forward to seeing you next year. Thank you.